I'm Cynical, well met, and welcome to my channel. As you can see around me here, this is Caellis. That is a new campaign. Well, not new really anymore. We're in session 6, I guess, but that's our newest campaign from CoFH RPG. Caellis is a world that we've actually been playing in different ways for decades now, and across different systems. It's changed its name a couple times as we've migrated from system to system, and has a deep timeline that we're exploring around it. But most recently, we're engaging in it using Pathfinder 2nd edition and kind of plugging stuff in from Golarion and everything. So that's been really fun to mess around with. But this will be a really interesting exploration into that. And we just finished the beginner box it was, with some plugs for that. And so we're moving on from there. So because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly be focusing on the role-playing, so we may not see you in chat, but we really appreciate you if you're there. And yeah, if everybody is civil down there, it'll be awesome. So welcome aboard. I'm going to go ahead and introduce all the players. Let's do that. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and go through our typical introductions. He's played a tavern keeper who once helped slay 2 cosmic dragons, a grizzled space detective that planted a psychic tree, and a feeder of 2 hit die schools, usually the solver of all my puzzles. Venom, why don't you talk a bit about yourself and your character and kind of where things are at for your character from this point? You know, don't go give us a full recap, but just a little bit of stuff, what's going on in your head.
Sure, yeah. So I'm Lord Venom 1. Hi, everybody. Yes, so I'm not too involved in other online venues, but I'm here and happy to be here every weekend for this stream. I play Landry Kane, who is a thief, or rogue thief subtype. I was thinking, I think it's the first time I've ever played a rogue in a campaign, so I just realized that. But very excited.
Wild.
He's a yeah, he's not like the stab you in the alley kind of a rogue. He's more of a sort of a performer, focuses on his skills, and his new interest is being able to apply these skills in a adventure type setting. So that's kind of why he came to Otari. And yeah, I think this first arc through this dungeon has been very affirming for him. I think he was able to utilize his skills in that way, and I think that really hit a chord with him, that he wants to do more of this, especially with these guys. So he's I think he's feeling good. I do think he's got some concerns in the back of his mind in terms of how dangerous it was and how we nearly died quite a few times, but overall I think this was the pick me up he was looking for, and is ready to do more of it.
Awesome. All right. Well, next up, they've played a amnesiac psychic experiment with a great haircut, a pacifistic space surgeon that was obsessed with an old television series, and a wild man with an upset tummy. The first character they ever played in one of my campaigns was somebody else. It's very confusing. Society, why don't you go ahead and talk a bit about yourself, green room, your character, kind of where your head is at with Sever right now.
Yeah, sure. What's up, everyone? I'm Society. Shoot, just a big nerd. We stream stuff from time to time on Screen Room. We like watching Star Trek and SG-1. We just started with plans to watch other things in the future. Sever Crushaw went. He died a lot last time. He went down a fucking bunch. Right, he nearly died. He
Went unconscious a whole fuck ton though. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like you know, they wouldn't have made it out of there alive, honestly, if it weren't for like Psycho's character's healing.
True.
Wow, I'm spacing her name right now.
Gromgruk.
Yeah, Gromgruk.
Not complicated at all.
Where did you get? Okay, never mind. So Sever is definitely feeling the effects of that. He's not young anymore for sure, and going down that much is probably got him thinking as well as hurting. But along the lines of Venom's character, I think Sever is proud of what he was able to accomplish, honestly, and like his goal has always been to protect Otari and the people that live there. You know, that's his family. I think as much as that, the seriousness of it all might have scared away especially someone like Sever, I think the deed of what was accomplished is kind of motivating him to maybe pursue something further, or at the very least establish something that could, you know, protect this town. So yeah, I'm interested to see where it goes.
That's interesting. Almost like a Big Brother-y kind of a vibe to the whole town at this point, in a way.
Yeah.
Not 1984 Big Brother, but like an actual Big Brother. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get to Psycho here. They've played a traveling hedge wizard that sealed themselves away for eternity almost. A alien merchant engineer that had a very incompatible sleeping pattern, and a tiny homicidal former prisoner. One of my oldest friends and kind of a moderator for the screen room community, as well as all the CoFH RPG stuff, or just CoFH stuff in general. Psycho, why don't you go ahead, tell us a bit about yourself. Grongruk, the character whose name we have a hard time with. Explain that he's your second character for as well, if you don't mind, and tell us a bit about where Grongruk's head is at with these people that he's working with now, and like what has most recently unfolded for them.
Hello, I'm Psycho. Nerdy gamer, video games mostly, but I do GM my own first edition Pathfinder game. Last week I mentioned how my game might come to an end because of a TPK.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I think last game, this Saturday's game, sort of influenced that, and we barely scraped by avoiding a TPK, and so did my party in my game. I don't know how they managed to pull it off, but they did it. And
Awesome.
that's one of the things I love about role-playing games like this.
Yeah, it's hard. There's a lot of variables, so you really can't predict anything.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Sometimes the players just pull things out of their hat, and you're like, "Wait, can you do that?" Nice. But with Grongruk, I got his name from a fantasy name generator for dwarves.
Why us humans have such a hard time with it.
Yeah. He didn't really know Verdant Mudgardener that well, so he doesn't feel the little guy's loss as deeply as the other two. But you know, he's accustomed to exploring these little ruins around the hinterlands by himself, which is difficult. So the fact that these two could potentially help him with that is something he's looking forward to. And seeing how they mourn so much over this little fella that they barely knew and barely spent time with, really wonders if he can build that kind of bond with them.
Interesting. That's pretty cool. What is I wonder Grongruk think about how he has been working in the area for a while, doing all this ruin delving, but that was the first like really big one that he had ever been in that had a tremendous amount of resistance within.
What does he think about it? He's kind of surprised at how like piecemeal it seemed, because there was rooms of all different types and makes connected by tunnels, and he's not used to that. Normally, if he'd encounter too much resistance, he'd just bail.
He didn't have the opportunity to do that this time because of what was at stake.
Right. He's
So he had
really
to persist
intrigued
to it.
by it though, because it's been here under town for so long and no one's found it. And it brought up like a ton of questions in his head. So he's just kind of curious as to about its origins, where did all these little pieces come from, how does the history connect it, that sort of thing.
Cool. Very interesting. And maybe we'll get to some of those answers on this week's episode of Caellis. But let's go ahead and watch our little splash intro and before we get back into it, and we'll start doing some gameplay. So we'll be right back. All right, we're back. That was weird. It's doing a strange thing. We got to figure out why it's doing that. I have absolutely no clue what is causing that. It's crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and. But last time, let's go ahead and. The music's a little creepy now, a little intense sounding for what's actually happening here, but. Just to do a little bit of recapping before we get into what is actually happening currently, let's talk about what has happened the last day or so. We had all of these individuals who, at different times in their lives, had, or like what I mean is different points in their lives, had come together because they lived in and around Otari, some of them working exploring the ruins, some of them working to protect people within the town, doing odd jobs, some with other jobs, and eventually answered the call of Tamily Tandervale, the owner of the fishery in town, which is not just a fishery but sort of a gathering place, almost like a tavern in its own right, and a gambling hall to a degree, a drinking house that people in the evenings come and enjoy. A lot of the sailors, Tamily herself, a former sailor, answering the call of her to address a threat and a mystery in the basement there. You did so. You answered that call, kind of at different rates, some of you coming in at different times. One of you ended up unfortunately perishing in a terrible battle in one of the encounters that took place beneath there, and the mystery deepened. Eventually, though, you triumphed with the three of you, Sever, Grongruk, and Landry, and in that triumph you at least made the town of Otari a bit safer for now, and as part of that you managed to complete your contract, collect the reward, and gather a little treasure. And also, perhaps for the first time, have experienced several new things, such as a green dragon wormling that you ended up in a fight to the death with, a group of kobolds encroaching on civilization in a way that you haven't quite seen in your lifetime, a number of other threats and mysteries that have only deepened your questions about Otari, the hinterlands, the fogfin all beyond, everything involving all of the connections that have come up, all of the pure unexpected elements that you wouldn't have even imagined to have possibly found beneath the city of Otari. And in that kind of haze of questions and sweat and pain and effort, you pushed out of what was essentially a dungeon, right? Emerging from a coast along the Otari coast here, essentially very near Otari, and walked your way back to Otari, where you rested, performed a funeral for your fallen friend, and came together several days over this period of rest at the fishery, enjoying free mugs of ale provided by Tamily Tandervale. And it's in that time of rest, right at the beginning of you starting to feel a bit more like yourselves, that we're going to pick up, forgetting the intensity and the triumph of the previous day, the pain felt, and beginning to feel a bit more like a new dawn has approached. Let's go ahead and move into that. Didn't fade? I thought it was going to fade.
This is definitely New Dawn music.
So, moving back in character, our camera now just off the coast of Otari. We see ships moving in the distance, heavy with lumber. Some approaching for purchases. The engineering marvel that is the flume, just pouring logs down the cliff face, them being loaded on the docks onto ships. Our camera sees all this at a distance as it moves out across the sea, closer and closer to the village of Otari, bustling with activity. This isn't the day of the funeral anymore. These are people preparing for a festival. Founders Day. It's in 2 days, and there's an excitement in the air. But it's more than the excitement you usually get on a Founders Day. The tales of a new adventuring party emerging triumphant and from nowhere other than Otari itself are beginning to be told in the taverns of the village. Not just a day after Mudgardener's unfortunate demise. New heroes in Otari brings an air of excitement that the town hasn't experienced in quite some time, and at such an auspicious occasion as the Founders Day Festival. Right here in this holiday season for the town that celebrates the Rose Guard, the heroes of long past that founded Otari. Our camera moves further and further in, showing the village for what it is, this beautiful economic hub that's still truly a village. Nothing close to a city, but bustling enough with activity that it looks almost on the precipice of becoming something much greater. Our camera moves past the dock workers and into the depths of this town where we see children playing, our camera getting just close enough to hear them singing their rhyme. When the fog is creeping and the moon is low, when the town is sleeping, Gauntlight starts to glow. That's when she arises for her midnight lunch. Naughty kids are prizes for her teeth to crunch. And it begins to fade further and further away as our camera moves past them, but we can still hear them singing on. But if you obey me and obey the rules, you're safe from Belcora. She just eats the fools. Our camera now leaving them and moving deeper into the town, where we see tents beginning to be set up and marked out, but not completely constructed yet. Just the markings of a festival that will come in about 2 days. Our camera now instead of zooming in typically on the individual Sever, Landry, and Grongrok that we're used to, instead zooms back out slightly above the town, giving us a bird's eye view, which I'm going to do right now. Here we go. And as it does so, I turn to all of you and ask you these questions. We're going to move into a set of downtime activity, illustrating what you do during that period of rest before we move in scene with the coming festival. There's no particular order that we have to go in here, but who would like to go first? We can just do it that way. And this document's bright as fuck.
I can go.
Okay, so what downtime activity would you like to engage in here on this first day for Sever?
Well, it's a little, I have a few things I would like to do, basically. None of them are really like official downtime activities though, I guess.
We could talk about where they might fit in. Just so you know, the stakes aren't real high for these ones or anything. It's not like downtime in a dungeon or anything like that. So you can kind of be a little bit more open with these ones than some other ones you might have to later on.
I basically see Sever taking we've been drinking at a few nights since we've been getting free drinks at the fishery for a week now. So we've been drinking.
Hasn't been a week yet, but
right, but she gave us a week's worth.
Yeah.
And you've probably noticed Sever is a little bit more introspective on things, especially Landry, since you know him a little bit better than Grongrok. I would like how to do this. Sorry. I want a couple scenes, I guess, is the best way to say that.
Yeah, we can do interludes and stuff.
Sure. So I'm gonna take this time to kind of rest, I feel like, as Sever, based on his condition from being brought back up so many times. Just his actual physical body is kind of worn out. He might have taken the time to work normally and earn money, which would have been an activity on there, but I think he's too introspective and injured at this point to pursue anything like that.
All right, well, I mean, yeah, that can count as long-term resting for each day that
That's
you
what
did
I was
that.
thinking.
That would be fine. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So we're handling it one day at a time. So we'll say for this day you do long-term resting, right? That you probably don't need this right now, but you gain hit points equal to your Constitution modifier. So if you have anything down, mark that. It's multiplied by your level, which is now 2. You have comfort, so you don't need to worry about that part. If you have the fatigue condition, you lose it. You reduce the severity of doomed or drained conditions. So if you have either of those, you can reduce those by 1. And you don't have any spells, so you don't need to worry about that.
Cool.
And in general, I would say, yeah, give a day of true rest like that gives you, creative license to act like you feel slightly better or however you feel about it, right? It's a day of introspection, so feel free to use that as you will, narratively.
Okay.
So that's your day,
I think-
right? You're dedicating a day to
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that day, what do you want to have to do? You said you wanted to have, like, resting can mean a lot of things. A portion of this does have to mean like you're literally just laying in like a bed, whatever the equivalent of like a comfortable bed would be here. But what else does that involve? What scenes would you like to have play out with that? We'll just move into like interlude style.
Okay.
So I will say the camera is yours to manipulate for a moment.
Sure. A little out of character, Sever probably wakes up well past 1 p.m. the next day after the funeral. I believe you said the day after the funeral was a storm, so everyone stayed inside.
Yes, I did. It was raining heavily that day. There was like a hailstorm and stuff, but like the funeral day, it was like raining, and so people were out there in the rain and the storm. Yeah.
So I'll say at some point, Sever will get up and he will actually leave his house, and he will go to the Otari graveyard, south west in the village.
Okay.
And you know, it's probably pretty stormy out still, like dark clouds. Hopefully it's like a lull in the downpour at this point, but if it's raining, that's totally okay with him. And you just see him standing at a gravesite. Not mud gardeners, which you would recognize, but you'll see him standing there, not trying to like shield himself from the rain or anything, and he's just going to be kind of talking to himself, but also the grave. And he's just going to say something like, you would have been pretty proud. It's one of the toughest fights I've ever been in. We came out on top. Saved a lot of people too. Well, potentially, right? But I don't know. Wish you could have seen it. Wish I could share it with you for real. This doesn't really mean anything. Makes me feel a little better, I guess. And he'll kind of sit there for a little bit, and he'll stand there. And then at some point he'll pull like a piece of parchment out from one of the folds of his shirts, or his shirt, and kind of unfurl it, and it's this well-worn, well-weathered note. Ink is starting to fade on parts of it. But one thing you do see is a name that you might recognize from at the bottom of the page of the piece of paper. It just says, "I'll always love you," and then Serena. The bottom.
All right. And with that, our camera will move away from you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And was there another scene that you wanted to have in the same day, or not? Because this is just the first day, so.
I'll say it's the same day. It's that night. It's that evening, and.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
If this doesn't conflict with either of y'all's plans, I would like somebody, one of you or both of you, to be at the fishery drinking with me this evening. Only if it doesn't conflict.
That works for me.
Cool.
Same.
If that's the case, okay, cool.
Potentially.
If that's the case, word, yeah, that's fair. We could retcon shit too. But who's ever with Sever at this moment will probably notice how quiet he's been since the events have played out, and you know he's nursing his injuries still. Still drinking like he drinks like a fish every time you drink with him though, and free drinks seems to mean that he gets to drink more. But at a certain point in the night, he's getting a little, his head is a little higher up, and he'll mention to who's ever with him, you know, what I really liked about him was he never wanted to give up. He always tried to convince those loggers that the forest mattered and that we should work in harmony with nature. I thought that was pretty badass. You know, they never gave a fuck, right? They never listened to him. But 14 years he was here in this town doing that, trying to get through to them one way or another. I want to do something for him. Should I do something for him? Should I spend some money on him? What do you think? I'm gonna do it.
Whatever feels right. You do what you gotta do.
I don't know how else to he was kind of a staple in this town for a long time, I feel like. I don't know. We can't be the only ones that miss seeing him.
I think the turnout at the funeral said a lot.
Stever will slam the rest of his drink, and he's pretty quiet for the rest of the night.
All right. There's not anything else being said. Our camera will fade away from the table, and I will once again zoom back out in Otari and zoom back in on the beginning of the day with another person who, at least at some point in the evening of that day, had a drink with Sever. So, who would like to go next for this first day of downtime?
I will.
All right. Open us up with what you would like to do there for Grongrok in the morning of this first day of downtime. Having a drink doesn't mean you have to I was resting all day or anything like that. That's just something you did. It's punctuation on the end of your downtime day.
First day activity would be rest and relax, but that looks a little different for Grongrok. For him, that means going to the market and procuring a set of tools that he can use to repair Sever's shield, because he did promise he would. And then
Our camera will zoom in on Grongrok walking through the market, kind of muttering to himself as he's shopping and going to different places. So you would like to do shopping for your...
Yeah.
Okay. Where would you go to do your shopping, do you think?
More than likely Blades and Glades.
Blades, 4 Glades. But yes.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see if I can... Those words.
Where are you getting that from? I'm not seeing the locations on here.
In the Abomination Player's Guide.
Okay. No, they can be here on the map, but I do not see them currently.
You might be able to go into journal notes and see
names.
it. I don't know what you see as players in those things. So
you see where it says Rook's Alley?
yeah, that's where Blades for Glades is. Yeah.
That's where Blades for Glades is. right in the middle of Rook's Alley.
But since we're in downtime, I will say you walk into Blades for Glades. It's essentially the primary smithy in town. You know that it specializes in mostly in like crafting saws and axes and other tools that are used in the lumber trade here. That's where most of the money comes in. But there is indeed a skilled smith here that works the the iron here. They are known as Carmen Rajani. They're pretty well known in town. They would probably either be the person that you would be speaking to during this time, or they would, or it would be one of the paid help, which are usually like some of the younger folk in Otari, occasionally like his temp workers and stuff. He doesn't have like a apprentice or anything. But yeah, as you walk in to Blades for Glades, you'll see, I would say probably, depending on what time of day it is, it's morning. Yeah, so it's morning. So you would see Carmen there, who wouldn't be working anything right now, but would probably be arranging the shop, like putting out wares from the previous night and stuff like that, setting up to do work later in the day, things like that. As you come, he would turn towards you, and knowing you, would just almost let like a small grunt out, like, you know, morning, kind of a thing like that. And then as you approach, what I did for you, grunt, and then we don't have to rolling like all your shopping, but I will open up the thing for you if you would like.
Yeah.
In a few moments later, I would follow him into the store as well, because I'm also going to be doing a shopping day.
All right. Do you see that?
Yes.
That token. Can you access it?
Oh, you just moved it.
I did move it. Can you access
Yes.
it? All right. There you go. That is the Blades for Glades shop. And it is a fully functional merchant, so you should be able to spend your money there. Just confirm that it is indeed spending your money when you do it. Feel free to buy whatever you want. There are some things that you can sell.
Well, one of the things I was thinking he might buy is the short swords I collected.
Okay, let's see.
Would I just drag and drop, or?
Maybe.
Yeah, try selling a single short sword. I'm not 100% sure if it'll work set up with selling right now or not. Well, we can see. We'll do.
They put a short sword at the top of the weapon and shield list, but I don't think my money went up any.
Did you get 9 silver for it?
Nope.
You should
Okay.
get half price.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't get 9. You would get half. Yes, so that is true. You would get half of that each. Maybe it's also rounded down, so let's do it as pure half. It'll be
45 copper.
4.5. So yeah, 45 copper, 4 silver, 5 copper. For each one. So
Per sword.
9 silver for both swords, basically.
Well, I got 3 of them.
Okay, well, 9 silver for those 2 swords, and then an additional 4 silver, 5 copper for the third sword. I have like a soundscape for almost every single place in Otari. It's crazy.
That's
I didn't
nice.
set all these up. They're like already a thing. Yeah, this is the sound of the inside of Blades for Glades.
I found this beauty in the it's almost too nice to use, so I'm gonna sell this finely crafted short sword.
Feel free. If anybody else wants to do any Blades for Glades shopping or whatever, you can feel free to do whatever you may have done in that first day.
I will also,
there.
since he has them, be buying a superb repair kit.
Make sure it's subtracting the money when you buy it.
Oh yeah, it did. Oh, neat. It bought. It paid with copper first.
Love that. That's awesome.
All right. Is everybody done with Blades for Glades shopping?
Let me see.
Feel free to browse while Grongruk finishes the rest of his downtime for the day. So you were going to do a little bit of shopping here as part of your rest. Was there anything else you wanted to do as part of that day?
Just head back to his tavern room where he sleeps and repair the Sever's shield.
Okay. What do we see as our camera follows you back to your tavern room? What does it look like?
Well, his room is at the Rowdy Rockfish, which, despite its name, isn't rowdy at all.
I like drinking there.
It's nice
I
and
live in the
quiet.
neighborhood.
And the repair action only takes 10 minutes, but he's got enough skill, especially with the tools, that he can't critically fail. So he's just going to take his time, maybe an hour, and just fix the shield, make it nice.
Okay. And to be clear, this is the shield that Sever basically gave you when he got the polished shield. The polished shield got destroyed, and you're repairing the damaged old steel shield.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so we see you go to work in your tavern room while kind of sipping on a mug of something from the tavern keep below, resting, kind of almost sitting on your bed half the time, looking over the shield, occasionally scratching your chin and begging out a dent, restrapping some of the leather, and our camera will fade away for the day and fade over to Landry. What are you doing for your downtime for this day?
Yeah, I don't feel like Landry necessarily needs the relaxation. He's kind of all business, so he goes right to the business of, basically selling off some of the very interesting loot that we found. First stopping by Blades for Glades, kind of knowing that Grongruk was going to be there. And then I have a couple of finer items. I have 2 nice emeralds and a bolt of fine silk cloth that I was planning on parting with. I don't know that Blades for Glades is the place for that.
No.
Thoughts?
I
mean, again, if he makes fine items, maybe he would be interested, but...
Maybe at the market, the Otari market in general, or Ren's Wonders, maybe, depending on what it is.
Yeah. It's basically a nice, regular, nice emerald. Maybe I'll stop
depending on what it is, you can also deal with the druids up at the Stone Ring Pond, because they do like buy and sell things up there too.
Okay.
But sort of just there, like set up camp. Odd Stories is like a place for like books and stuff like that. Just kind of go over like what would be available for you. The Rowdy Rockfish, you can get drinks and stuff there. You're not going to really be able to, buy or sell them gems or anything. As I said, the druids, they've got some kind of stuff that you would know that you may be interested in occasionally, but I don't know if like what exactly was it you were trying to sell them? Oh, just gem.
So 2 regular gems, a bolt of fine silk cloth, so just high-end goods. But then I also have these ancient coins that might be interesting to someone that I was gonna basically convert.
Okay.
So maybe Ren would be a place to start.
Ren would be probably a good one. Probably the market for maybe the silk.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
And where else is interesting that you might use? Maybe the library. I mean, you can sell stuff to them. It's not like just a library like we think of as a modern library.
Sure.
Oh yeah, you're a rogue. You would also know that you can you can maybe sell things. Well, I can't whisper to you very easily this way, and I want the audience to know this. So the other two, just close your ears for a second or whatever. But yes, you could kind of fence things to the crook snook people too.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think we haven't talked too much
Put their
about
heads back
that.
on,
I
but
feel
their
like
headphones are back on now, so don't say anything too crazy.
I feel like I've had some. I think I've probably made contact, but not. I don't think I'm like in with them or like any sort of special relationship at this time. But
well, it's basically like a class
noticed
ability, so you know.
Yeah, right. They would have noticed some of the signs, so I think I would have made contact just to let them know I'm here and I'm not really operating, but
So you don't want to step on any toes, kind of a thing.
Yeah, right, just to let them know I'm not moving in on their thing. But yeah, I'm sure I have some superficial contact over there. But anyway, let's try Ren's because I am interested in.
You could also technically sell stuff to the garrison, and depending on what it is, but a lot of they wouldn't. But they would probably sell you some stuff too because the garrison has a shop as well.
Okay. Yeah, let's try Ren.
Yep. Okay. So you're gonna head over to Ren's Wonders. That's up here. So
right around the corner here.
Everybody knows. Over there, so people can see it. So Ren's Wonders is run by Ren Savinci. She is as far as you know, a elf, but she definitely has some what is it called now? Nephilim blood. So like a Nephilim heritage, similar to your friend Grongrok, but in I can share you a picture of her, but she has she's usually very, very well dressed and adorned. She's known for being quite kind and dealing with people, and a lot of adventurers that do pass through the area do stop by here almost solely because of her shop, where she buys and sells wares. She's also an astrologer that's like known for the accuracy of her predictions, and she kind of runs a little bit of like a fortune telling kind of business, as well as well, I say fortune telling business, but she doesn't actually charge for the fortune telling. So it's not really a fortune telling business. She's more like she gives fortunes away for free with people she's doing business with. And she does it she's going to do it at the festival, for example. She does that kind of stuff, right? It's like the type of, she's like sets up a booth and does that. But she's probably a contact. Grongrok would have had a whole lot of, or somebody Grongrok would have had a whole lot of contact with, just because she buys a lot of things that have been found in the ruins and resells them, and also deals with some of the other proprietors in town to help kind of distribute things that might make sense to a degree. Okay. She has these eyes that are almost pupilless. Her hair is like silver with like strands of almost a bright green, and she has these ram-like horns that curl from beneath her hair. She looks like this.
Damn. It's intense. Yeah, and I think we had some dealings. We never got into too much detail, but I think my relationship to the Verdants was connected to her in some way. So I think we definitely are acquaintances and would have dealt with each other before.
Okay. So one of the things that's most interesting about Ren's shop is that it's not an interior curio shop, though it is a curio shop. It is quite a marvel in and of itself. It is a assortment of different, how to describe this? It's an assortment of different tables and rocks and things that are lined out like an outdoor market and are covered by things so the rain doesn't get on them, etc. And it's well fenced in and taken care of, but and there is a house like associated, like an interior kind of space that things get brought back into, but for the most part the shopping is done outside at Ren's. And she stands outside. You would know probably from years of having spent time here that it's because Ren is somewhat claustrophobic. She has a central dome here that you can see that kind of extends over it all in the middle, like a dome-like tent, kind of in the middle of the wares. And that is where she indeed lives, and kind of during the day, if the day is nice enough, like it is today, all of the sides of it are pulled up. So it's really just full open air, the whole area, when it can be. And that is, as most people would know and kind of whisper, mostly related to Ren's incredibly intense claustrophobia. But as you approach, she'll see you and kind of give you a little nod and a wink and say, "Landry, nice to see you."
Very nice indeed. I have some items you might be interested in.
Let's have a look.
Definitely produce the aforementioned goods. So I have a couple of nice emeralds, each valued at 20 gold. I have a set of these ancient coins that came from the sarcophagus. And then the bolt of fine silk cloth, if she would be interested in that. And I guess it's more of a flavor thing. We obviously got some very interesting gold coins, so maybe I would show this to her. You know, they basically are 1 for 1, I think, but like the ones that we did the puzzle and got some like very cool old coins, so I might just kind of show this off to her. That's the sort of thing she's interested in.
Yeah, actually she would comment that the coinage itself, she would kind of remark at that when you showed that to her, and pick it up and look closer at it, perhaps even pulling out some magnifying tools to take a much closer look under the light of a very bright kind of candle-like thing that's focusing the light like with a mirror, like a dome mirror. Get really zoomed in there. Not quite a microscope, but almost. Adjusting it, fixing it to her eye and zooming in. And she'll lean back. These are quite new, it looks like. That's remarkable, but they're minting. It is certainly older dynasty. That would be before the founding of Otari, even. That's 600-700 years ago, I believe. Not too long after the founding of the expanded Wareport fiefdoms.
Yeah, we've past couple days ago. I'm sure you heard the rumors. Tammy was having some troubles. We ended up somewhere below the town.
I've heard the tales.
Doing some taking care.
Is it true you slayed a dragon down there? You did.
Yes, ma'am. It was a young one, of course. Obviously, it's the only way we managed to live and tell the tale, but we did indeed.
You bloody cockroaches on the isles here. These dragons, kobolds.
It was a hell of a cockroach.
Indeed. Is there anything else I can give for you, or would you like to buy anything while you're here?
Well, I was actually, you might notice my wandering eye, but I certainly was doing a little bit of browsing, so I might, if nothing else, take advantage of your healing potions.
Feel free, peruse at your own accord. And with that, we'll zoom out, and feel free to shop there.
She's gonna buy this stuff.
She won't buy. She'll buy the emeralds.
And the
Shoot.
ancient coins, she'll sort of convert those for us.
Yeah, she can convert them for mintage for you, 1 for 1. The cloth she won't buy. She's not interested in that.
Yeah, sure. Rude.
Did you want to? Are we done with Blades for Glades now? Everybody's done shopping there.
I had a question. I was actually just looking some stuff up about it, but I was trying to get some new armor, and I'm between either studded leather or chain shirt. I don't know what would be a good idea. I don't know. Chain shirt seems like the better option to me, but I also don't see like other things in the leather armor.
Between what and what?
It's leather armor, studded leather armor, or a chain shirt. A chain shirt is still light armor.
Yeah. Chain shirt is flexible and noisy. Light armor, plus 2 AC bonus. 3 dex modifier cap. What's your dexterity modifier? Or what's your dex? Right now. So yeah, that's fine. And a -1 check penalty. Sometimes called a hauberk. This is a long shirt constructed of the same metal rings as chainmail. However, it is much lighter than chainmail. It protects only the torso, upper arms, and upper legs of its wearer.
Yeah, I think all things being equal, I assume you want as heavy as armor as you can get. So,
yeah, is that like
what's your dex modifier
or chain shirt? He said 1.
Am I restricted? Is there like, do I need like training in armors?
You have it because as a fighter,
you're a fighter. That's what they do.
You can use.
Okay.
You automatically get it basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, my dex to confirm is +1.
Yeah. Okay. So that means you can use almost anything except the heaviest armor, like a full plate. You would not want, but
so what does the check penalty mean?
That's what you roll for like doing athletics type stuff, maybe.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
because like the heavier it gets, the more penalties, right? So like I got a speed penalty.
Yeah.
Well, no. So to be clear, so a check penalty is a negative that you take to strength and dex checks, any skill check related to those stats, while wearing that armor, if you don't meet the strength threshold or whatever it's called for that armor. So if you're not strong enough.
Smart. Okay.
Yeah.
Good point.
So I don't get that penalty if I'm able to wear it.
Right. So I assume your strength is 18.
Is that true for the speed penalty as well?
I'd assume maybe not.
I don't think so. No, it doesn't say that. So.
So I mean,
strength threshold's called. Yeah.
I personally would suggest a breastplate.
I was just looking at that. I mean, like, why is splint mail not better than that though?
Plate.
Hold on.
Or half plate. I'd assume full plate.
Speed penalty. Here we go. I had to look up speed penalty. While wearing a suit of armor, you take the penalty listed in this entry to your speed, as well as to any other movement types you have, such as climb speed or swim speed, to a minimum speed of 5 feet. If you meet the armor strength threshold, is what you care about, you reduce that penalty by 5 feet.
Ah, nice.
The speed penalty one?
Yes. So basically, you can go. Yeah, like a breastplate, no reduction.
Chainmail will give me no penalty to my speed because it's +5 or -5 speed penalty.
-5, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see. Where does it list the? Where does it list the actual?
It doesn't tell me all that for each thing.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why that's true. Yeah, I don't like even weapons. It doesn't tell you damage, which is kind of frustrating.
Might have to like.
I know a lot of weapons have the same levels of damage, but yeah,
if I do that, does it do?
Oh, maybe it's hidden from us.
It's not even that. It's just like even the.
No, you might have to
these
like.
item
Let's see if I do
descriptions don't say
chain
that, which
shirt.
is very
I just
strange.
click on it. Description. There we go.
So then I should just get full plate then and
Details.
take the -5 speed penalty.
Probably as a warrior, you probably should.
Yeah,
-3
yeah.
check
So
penalty.
if you look at the actual item, if you hit like Control Space or whatever and type in chain shirt, right? For example, chain space shirt, you'll see the bottom chain shirt equipment. If you click that, it'll pull up the actual full sheet for chain shirt. And if you go to details, you can look at that and go, okay, speed penalty 0, check penalty -1, strength requirement 1, hardness, hit, blah, 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 all the stuff that it would have if there's a thing that would be filled in out in there, which the only things you care about is it's light armor, AC bonus 2, dex modifier cap 3, check penalty -1, speed penalty 0, strength requirement 1.
Speaking for
You're
other
a big strong boy though, you could probably do
editions-
better than that.
Speaking
half
for other
plate
editions, you want the heaviest
It's just as
armor
good
you
as
can
full
get.
plate. Yeah, half plate is just as good as full plate in that regard.
Well, full
then.
plate's
Like,
another
what-
AC. One more AC. And it's 2
That's
more
what
strength.
well, that's what I mean. Like full plate.
what is
like,
your
why
strength?
would I choose? Why would I choose half plate? Basically, is my point.
Well,
I
if
should
you
just-
don't
what's
have the
your, what is
strength.
your strength?
Yeah, because you're to be stronger.
I thought they were the same requirement. Oh, strength requirement 3.
16, 18,
Full plate is strength requirement what?
18.
So 4 plus 4.
Yeah, my strength requirement or my fucking strength is +4. So
Okay. So
Yeah,
you can
if
wear
you can afford it,
full
I'd go full
plate.
plate.
Yeah, full
Yeah.
It
plate's
also has the
really
it's
fucking
30
good.
gold. I just realized that.
Yeah.
yeah, which you probably still.
That's all my
want.
gold. That's all my
Yeah, you
gold.
still-
So
it's
I
still
don't
You got
mind.
stuff to sell, right?
No, I didn't gather things.
But you're gonna
I'm
get a
riding
little bit of
shops.
gold because Venom's gonna distribute some gold or whatever
Yeah,
from the
right, I'm
gems
gonna
or
give you
something.
the- I'm gonna
Oh yeah,
give-
I'm honestly
yes.
not concerned. Well, there's one thing that I want to spend money on, but I think I'll have enough. After I'll get full plate. Fuck it. Can it be like? Can it still be like
I don't know what you're gonna say, but the answer is probably no. No, I'm joking.
No.
What are you gonna do? What are you doing?
I want it. I don't want it to look like a suit of armor.
I mean, it kind of has to at least look like a pseudo armor because there are identifying rules around things and all of
Like
that
what
stuff.
what I was imagining was like it's got like leather inlay or something, like it's like leather pounded into the outer part of the armor itself, so it's like still like, and it's got like fur parts like poking out of the seam.
Well, I mean,
areas,
how
you
you
know?
kind of decorate it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can add decoration like fur and whatnot on top of it, or wear a tabard to sort of cover over it. There is,
cool.
however, or should be, a glamored rune that you can put on it to make it magically looks like it's something else.
Right.
Okay.
But yeah,
That would be
full plate
kind
doesn't
of-
necessarily have to be like shiny, right? 'Cause keep in mind, like medieval shiny armor, right, in real life wasn't a thing. Like in the Victorian period, they took the old armor that they had from the medieval period and they like got rid of the way it looked. They polished it up and they used it as decoration and stuff. So the idea of these like really shiny armors and stuff, it's not really how the battlefield looked even in real life. Mostly the armors were painted. A lot of them were painted black. You know, they had like this coal black stuff that they would paint on them, the cheap ones, because it would keep them from rusting and stuff. And they had like the joints a lot of times were things that were like hide and fur. And you had a lot of armor was literally even sometimes wrapped in pieces of leather and stuff like that. You had like brigantine armor was really common, which was like basically plate strips that were wrapped in leather, and that kind of looks like studded leather almost, you know, to a degree, which studded leather wasn't really a thing, but there's all kinds of ways that you can kind of make it look. But I mean, at the very bottom of it, it is still going to look like big, heavy full plate armor. You know what I mean? Somebody's going to look at you and go, yeah, that motherfucker's wrapped up in metal.
One more thing. So if you compare the full plate to half plate, So when you're going to full plate, you're losing your +1 dex bonus. Your AC will actually be the same. So the only thing you're gaining by going to full is the bulwark trait, which means on reflex saves on damage spells, you get a +3 modifier instead of your dex mod. So you're effectively getting +2. If somebody casts a fireball, you're getting +2 to try to reflex dodge as part of the damage. But otherwise, they're similar.
So I'm losing my my +1 to dex.
Yeah,
Towards
in that
AC.
case, because it's too rigid.
It's too rigid.
Yeah, meaning it's just it's so bulky you can't. Yeah, you're losing your 1 dex, but it has 1 AC to make up for it. So your AC would be effectively the same. And so full plate is generally
Basically just gaining
better.
bulwark.
You're gaining bulwark, and it has 1 more bulk. I don't know if bulk matters when you're actually wearing it.
I don't think
But
so.
it might mean you carry less, but you're losing bulwark. It costs you and right now it costs you an extra 12 gold, which again won't matter. Won't matter in the next couple sessions. It's negligible. But something to think about if you kind of see your character more in a little bit lighter armor. You would be like looking at splint mail or half plate. Splint mail has a slightly different. So when you're wearing plate, you're gonna get 2 damage reduction on slashing weapons, which is nice. Composite, you're gonna get 2 damage reduction on piercing damage. So those are just different. That's the difference between splint and half plate.
All the armors affect different weapons types basically
Which is
differently,
cool.
which is
cool.
yeah.
So it's an extra thing. So that depends on the material. So yeah, everyone they're very similar, all these armors, but they are of course they're all different, slightly different.
I don't
different things.
I don't know how much. Let's see here. Where's my move?
But you couldn't go wrong in full play just by being as survivable as possible.
Yeah.
Given that you're the tank and you just got
you're the wall between them and TPK.
When you look at full plate, you're like, when you look at that full plate at the wall, you're like, I fucking need this. I'm gonna die if I don't have this.
It's true.
I don't care what it costs.
Explain the bulwark thing.
It's basically
you get a bonus on.
Yeah, when a fireball, you would roll a reflex save, and of course yours would be 0 because you have your dex is capped at +0. But there's so much armor there that it gives you a +2 essentially.
+3 better
+3 rather. Yeah, but he loses +1 and gains +3.
So it's like a +2
reflex, so it's a net of +2. So you don't have to dodge as far to be unaffected by or to get half damage from a fireball, essentially.
Pretty good.
Basically, you stand there and tank it.
It's pretty good.
You just move a little bit out of the way and just
I feel like my AC went down.
What is it now?
14.
14 on what? Armor?
It just says AC 14, armor class.
You bought it and put it on?
Yeah.
In your inventory is a little shirt next to it. Blue.
Yeah. It's not blue, no.
Yeah.
Click it and make it blue.
Make sure it's blue by clicking it. Yeah, it says worn.
Maybe take your other armor off.
I took it off. I said
no,
dropped.
it's not blue.
Yeah, I know. I was saying it wasn't blue.
It should be in the armor category, and it should say worn and have armor in parentheses.
Oh, I see. Ah, there we go.
There you go.
What's your AC?
8 and 19 now. It went up by 1.
Nice. And then with your shield, it'll be whatever. Plus a couple more.
Yeah, your shield raised.
Yeah. I'll also be looking at a tower shield.
Yeah, you should remove the polished shield though from your sheet and like add a.
I just said it's dropped. Is that not good enough?
No,
In this case, you should just delete it essentially.
you should remove the item, or like since you want to keep the item as like a memento thing, you could add another item that is that polished shield that you can't use as a shield or whatever, because it can't be like a shield item. It's essentially the.
I got you.
It should show that it's like 0 hit points or whatever. You can just
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can do that, but it'll always
like
true.
Destroyed or melted.
That's true. You could do that. Just put in parentheses destroyed on it or something. That'd be fine.
Dragon slag.
It doesn't matter.
Glass.
As long as it has the same bulk. I mean, you're probably not gonna carry it around with you anyway. Because why would you carry around a destroyed shield everywhere you go? That'd be weird.
Right, you'd hang it on the wall or something.
But why'd your AC go up?
Just now? I don't know. Oh, because I deleted the old armor that I had also.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But it's dropped, and it must have been conflicting. All right. After a day of introspection, I walk into an armor store and walk out dressed as a tank.
Hey man, I think that makes a fuck ton of sense with what happened to you the last few days. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh yeah.
All right. Is there anything else that people want to handle on that first day of downtime before we move on to the next? Because we're still in downtime, so it's not like you.
I was thinking about offering my wrestling services for the remainder of the downtime. So I was gonna start maybe chatting somebody at the market, like administration wise, just to like put the feelers out for a possible job.
Yeah, hold on.
And I can help explain how that works if you need to.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm on the earning income. Is what you're trying to do, right? Earn income.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So
I'd be trying to do that second day too.
What the tasks are.
So, well, that's what I'm saying. Is that what you want to do on the second day? Because you can't do that on the first day. All right, we're not talking about the second day yet. We're talking about the first day.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to handle on this first day?
Let's go ahead and go to the market as well, and I'll try to sell this cloth.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. Do-do-do. It's over here. So, the Otari market is an interesting place. It is essentially one part open air farmers market and one part log cabin trading post, if you want to think of it like that. It's a gathering place for the locals and kind of a one-stop shop for all manner of general goods. It's open every single day from dawn to dusk, with one exception. But moving on from that, let's go ahead and do some shopping there. It is often proprieted or run by Kalino Lathanar, but he's a kind of a dour, humorless individual, and but he's often involved with it. He is, to this day, I guess you all locals would know, one of the people that are not fans of the druids, that are that kind of live not in the town anymore, but they still have camps near the circle to the north of town, as his wife was one of the ones to have been slain by the werewolf all those years ago. But so it's kind of a touchy subject, but Kalino kind of patrols around the market on occasion, but it is run by several other people, several other stalls and stuff. What are you looking for here at the market? Let me go ahead and drop for
I may do some light browsing. Just again, it's kind of a way to relax a bit. But I'm basically just taking in the activity. But
There you go.
basically looking to unload a bolt of silk and maybe a crystal decanter of sour wine.
I would say you could for sure sell both of those for half price. Yeah.
Good, I will do so.
Probably two different people in the market, but two different stalls, which kind of rotate and are usually operated by the locals, but even occasionally passersby, like that have come through Otari, because the hinterlands themselves are a bit of a draw for some like adventuring types and stuff, which is why you end up with places like Ren's being able to operate here.
I see a guy selling hooded lanterns and think that might be a good investment, so I will grab those.
Yep. And all of you feel free to shop at any of these three establishments that we've got up. I am going to leave them up for the duration of the downtime that we've got here. So if there's any shopping you want to do during that, you can. But I'm going to get rid of them at the end of the downtime phase of our play. So
that evening, I'd also stop by the market. I've got this silver bracelet with a fish pattern as a treasure I'm looking to sell.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I would say you can definitely sell that for half price.
Even though it's treasure?
Yes.
Okay. Well, some treasures, like, listed value.
Well, link it to me, actually, if you can. Let me see if I can find it. Where's it at in your sheet? Because some things are different.
I could do that.
But most things are... Oh, yeah. Let me look.
Like, a gem, you should be able to trade for its listed value, like...
Yeah, but that's a material, too, so that's...
As currency, almost.
That makes sense.
Let me find here. I gotta look at it in your sheet. Inventory. There we go. Or is it in your inventory? Oh, I found it.
I'm still debating on this painting.
What about
Leave this for
Painting of an adventurer on a horse.
yeah, you get the full price for that one.
Sell it or keep it, yeah.
I bet it's Otari or like.
You get the full price for it. I did sell on it, and
relevant.
it gave you the full price. I don't know if you have a sell
cool.
button, but if it gives you the full price, it's an item. It's meant to give you the full price. So.
I do, yeah.
I do have a sell. I didn't see that before. Neat.
Yeah. Well, in certain items.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I'll go ahead and sell the painting as well.
Okay.
Oh, cool. It does add money. I'm also buying this book. Basic crafter's book.
Nice, yeah.
Oh, okay. Formulas and stuff in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Very
that's,
cool.
It's like a spell book. It holds the formulas, I think.
Yeah.
It comes with like a ton of level 0 items.
Yeah, I will say that this book, when you find it, you're like
Formulas.
kind of searching through some of the wares on a table, almost it's like open air flea market. The individual that's selling it, you've never met, you've never seen them in Otari before, but he's got a stack of other books on the table. You're not particularly interested in any of them as you peruse through them, but they do seem to be quite thick collections of history and things like that. And when you pull this book out, you can see it's a worn cover, like it's been used a bunch before, but well taken care of. Probably an edition from several decades before even. And it's in quite good condition, and is probably quite a find, something that's a bit rare. So when you do find it, you're like, oh wow, nice. And the gentleman kind of leans in and looks at you as you're making your purchase, and just gives like an approving nod, and tucks a small corncob pipe into his mouth, lighting it up with a single Zerizian match, and gives you a little smile, pulls the pipe from his mouth, and says in like a pretty thick Zerizian accent, kind of like while pointing to the book with the stem of the pipe. I was going to do you good, it is.
I hope so.
He just nods and gives a wry smile before tucking the pipe back into his mouth and puffing away. Anything else on the first day?
No, I think that's it.
All right. So moving on to day 2. The evening comes, you have your drinks and return to your individual places of domicile for the evening. Each of you are struck with kind of a almost an odd sense of loneliness, kind of like this empty nest kind of situation where it's like you've had all the action so much for the last few days, you've been around each other so much, talking to one another, that when you get back to your respective locations in the town, it almost feels just too quiet in a way. You look around your locations, your individual rooms, your shacks, whatever they may be. We don't have to go into detail describing each of them now, but that's why I wanted you to do a real quick write-up about them, is I wanted you to think about what they were in enough detail so that now in this moment you can step into them and see what that is in your head and remark on the last few days. You lay down for the night and find the sleep perhaps comfortable, perhaps a bit fitted, but there is an excitement wells up a little bit on the next day as you look forward to once again meeting with your companions and seeing what the day comes. What do the rest of you work on for this day? We could pick one person. This is get a downtime day. This is the last day before the festival begins. So
this is a sunny weather day, I think you rolled for, and people are getting ready for the festival today.
Let me move it forward, actually. This is the next day over.
That's cool. The lights came on in the village.
I could do that one, but yeah, that's just it cycling through time. Okay, so is this right? Oh, did I do this right? Okay, something's weird. I think I did something that made things go crazy for a second. Yeah, I see what happened. How did I do that? Jesus. The fuck? Okay, well, hold on one second. Let me fix something. Alright, so you're gonna see some crazy stuff for a second. Just ignore it.
Oh, no.
Just don't touch anything.
I'm scared. Oh, Mo. Oh, no. Oh, no. If it's not a time vortex again.
Not a time
I hate when
vortex
this
again.
happens.
And the whole village burned down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We wake up and we're 100 years in the future.
wasn't
Rip
100
Van
years.
Winkler.
Yeah. Yeah, I accidentally had the wrong year set.
I roll over and go back to sleep.
After the years
That's some
of
Brian Prider
work.
stuff right there.
Yeah, it is. All right, but no. It's all fine. But yeah, the next day comes, you find a sense of excitement as you prepare to once again embark. Who wants to go first for the downtime here for this day?
I think Landry and I were looking for work on the second day.
All right, and so you want to do earn income?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Why don't you two roll a d6, and we'll just say whoever has the highest d6 will go first with the earn income. And do you have any idea, Sever, what you wanted to do for this day?
Yeah, I do have one thing, I guess. Two things technically. He's gonna post up near the big old water wheel in the village, and he's gonna try and find like a nice vantage point somewhere, and kind of just like watch people as they're getting ready for the festival, and like kind of take it in. He's still in that introspective mode. It's been only a couple days, and so he's thinking like and like seeing all the action from the villagers getting ready for this, you know, happy festival is kind of reaffirming and reassuring everything that what he did was pretty fucking awesome. And it's just kind of putting things into perspective in a way. And I would also like to find like a local artisan or artist. I don't think I saw one listed anywhere. Someone like I don't know, just like an artist, a crafter.
Well, what kind of artist and that does what
like,
type of crafting?
Statue making.
Okay, like a sculptor.
Or like a carver.
I would say you could probably find people that do, because there's a lot. It's like a lumberjack lumber town. You probably find people that do like log carvings and stuff like that. During the festival is kind of probably even a common thing that you would see, like some log carvings and stuff. Not like chainsaw log carvings, but ones that have been worked on for a bit longer. That kind of a thing. Nothing amazing. This is not like a artist community or whatever. If something like that, you probably have to go a little closer to Dwareport. But I mean, you can find some. There are definitely statues and stuff that are made like that. I would say that even like not like world class ones or anything, you know what I'm saying? But if you wanted to get something commissioned or something, you could definitely do that.
So that's kind of my goal. I think that hopefully I know someone who's lived in the village long enough, or like for a while, that kind of like is known to me as someone who does that. Someone who also has the perspective of the village.
Okay. Yeah. Give me the scale of what you're looking for, and so I can kind of think about who you would look for.
Maybe like something like maybe like 4 feet. A feet.
Okay. Let's see. All right, I would say like as you're sitting here by the giant's wheel it's called. That's the name of the wheel that powers the flume and all that stuff. Here, you're kind of waiting for an individual to pass by, one of the lumberjacks that works in town. You see him there, as eventually he is. This hour probably he's already been out doing some work and is coming in for like the early meal. But his name is Joran Oakenshield. He's a burly, bearded individual. He's kind of been a staple figure in Otari's lumber industry for years. He was born and raised here. He comes from a long line of lumberjacks that have worked for the lumber industry there for a while. And there's kind of a tradition so it's a tradition that runs deep in his family, but he was always interested in some of the arts and stuff. His father drew, for example, and eventually Jordan started carving and starting small, but eventually graduating to full-sized log carvings. There's even a couple of his carvings in basically the gardens of the local lumber barons here in Otari. So he would be probably the most likely individual that you would look for.
Hey, Oakenshield. I was hoping I'd see you.
Several.
I hope
Just gives you a grunt and a nod.
You well. Nice.
Yeah, hungry.
Hungry. Yeah. Well, what do you say I give you a little bit of food money for helping me out? Maybe a little extra for enlisting your services, maybe.
Oh, well, it's great to be blessed by such a venerated dragon slayer such as yourself. He gives you kind of a wry wink. I ain't got all morning. You want to come on?
Yeah, I'll walk with you. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I was kind of thinking this has something to do with that, actually. You remember we went in there with someone that didn't come out, and you might remember.
Yeah, little
him
plant fella.
in town. Yeah.
Yeah, I know him.
I'm glad.
He's always telling us to quit cutting down them trees.
Right. Well, I don't know how you feel. I don't know how the boys feel, but got kind of used to seeing them there. Think it would be kind of cool if maybe we made I don't know, you carve something up, look like them, and we could post them down at that spot right there.
Which one?
The one
there at the corner. There at the corner where he used to yell at us from.
Yeah.
He'll nod at that. I don't know if he'd like that or not, but we can do it. I mean, something like that probably take me it might take me a week or more to make.
And that's fine. I got plenty of time. Just let me know how much you want for it.
Oh, something like that. I mean, I do miss the little guy. He was all right, even though he's kind of a nuisance. I tell you what, I'll do it for gold.
You got it. I appreciate it.
You want to plant it right here? I'm gonna have to treat it with creosote so the bugs don't get in it.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I want it to last at least.
All right, yeah, we can do it like we did over at the Mayor's Manor.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that one's really nice.
Yeah, it won't be as big as that, mind you, but I mean, neither was the little feller, so.
Exactly. I figured just have him sitting on some kind of stump or something. I don't know.
I mean, he'd be the stump, but all right, we can do that.
I like it.
He kind of was one anyway, I suppose, in a way. All right, well, I gotta eat.
All right, let me know. I'll talk to you later then. I appreciate you.
All right, well, if you go ahead and pay me, I'll have her up there probably, say, well, I just have to say about 6 days from tomorrow. Well, festival starting. How about we say 8 days then from today?
Like
all right.
And I'll toss him a gold.
He'll take it. All right, thanks for breakfast.
I nod and I'll head off back into town.
Okay. All right. See, he'll commission a little. Oh, you have commissioned a little statue that he'll begin working on. Okay. Is that all you wanted to do that day, or are there any other? Because that's just one little scene. That's everybody's entitled to one of those or whatever every day. If you want to do like an actual downtime activity, feel free to do it.
I'm just gonna relax until the festival. I'm kind of gonna mosey around, soak in everybody's good vibes, and
okay,
spend some money on some food, maybe eventually get some drink later.
All right.
Wait for the excitement.
Oops, throw it.
Oh God.
What about the rest of you? So it looks like from these rolls here that Landry is who had the token selected, so you gotta unselect that when you do your rolls. But who had the so yes, you're going first here. What would you like to do for this day of downtime before the festival starts?
So my plan was to try to find work. I was thinking it would be part of the festival, so I might not be able to do it today, or
That's
maybe
tomorrow.
I can convince them to kind of use today as a practice run. But it's basically looking to put my wrestling performance kind of work to work. So basically like a wrestling match as part of the festival.
Yeah, I would say like you could probably convince them that that's not too crazy to do as part of the festival. I don't think you would make any income doing that today, though. I think you'd have to do that during the festival.
Fair enough.
So then on that, because you're gonna have 1 day of downtime during the festival as well. So I would say save that for then. But if there's another thing you want to do on a non-festival day,
not really. I think I would try to track these guys down, and just say hi and give them each 15 gold from the sale of the valuables.
okay, go ahead and subtract 30 gold from your inventory, and each of you add 15 to yours.
And then
Severing
I would,
Rongrok.
at some point through this period of time,
yes, you get 15, he gets 15.
Thank you, sir.
at some point I would come into my home where I'm staying and kind of just walk right in, because there's no use to knock, because Margareta's pretty hard of hearing, and basically just check on her. Probably spend the day with helping her around the house, get everything cleaned up, squared away. I would at some point put 4 gold in her hands, which is basically the monthly cost of a comfortable standard of living.
Right.
Assuming you're on board with that. Maybe it all doesn't get her. Maybe that's like part of food and stuff too. But whatever
That's fine. Yeah.
comes out to be, I would put that into her hand, and as I normally do. So I'll subtract another 4 gold.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise just I don't really have anything in mind for downtime, so I would just kind of help her out and basically a relaxation day.
Okay, sounds good. What about you, Rongrok? What do you have intended for today? Downtime activity. Working. All right.
Murder.
So you're gonna do a
Earn income.
earn income. All right, let's do it. What are you doing? What kind of earn income?
Probably just keep it light and easy. Over at Blades for Glades.
Okay,
Something
yeah.
simple, like
We've already
making
established
charcoal.
that you do occasionally do contract work with Blades for Glades, as in addition to your work as like a relic hunter, essentially. So I would say you come in, kind of introduce yourself for the day, kind of check in with the rest, and begin your day of work. So I would say making charcoal is absolutely something that would make a lot of sense for doing there. It's pretty labor intensive, and it's also something that requires a minimum amount of expertise to do, as well as involves something that Blades for Glades would use a shit ton of. With the upcoming festival, and knowing that they're going to have a bunch of work after the festival and not have been running the kilns and everything this whole time, etc., on the furnaces, so they would probably expect you to work alongside the Osprey river over here, perhaps even occasionally working outside of the town itself, near the lumber camp, near the flume and stuff, where some of that is done. It's very labor intensive because you're moving a lot of stuff around. You're getting lumber there, you're burning it there for long periods of time, and you're raking out the furnaces, some of which you're literally building around it with like mounds of dirt and stuff, and then raking that out and transporting that back into town. So it's backbreaking work. How do we do this? Let's see. I would say that would be a crafting skill, I would say. Yeah.
All right.
Crafting skill. So you use one of your skills to make money during downtime. GM assigns task level. Representing the most lucrative job available, you can search for, get lower task levels. Yada, yada, yada. I would say this is pretty backbreaking work. But not insane. I'm going to give it a task level of 2. No, I'm going to give it a task level of 1. No, 2. Let's do 2. We're going to give it a task level 2. Because you're transporting it back and forth and everything. Yeah. So go ahead and make me a crafting roll, please.
Public.
Because we're learning downtime for the first time, and I don't think it really matters here anyway, I would say yes. Go ahead and give me a public crafting roll. Why is that not visible on the... Let me see if I can fix the stream real quick, just so that's visible. A little weird that it's not.
Oh, like your little window there?
Yeah, I'm just getting it to where people can see the actual result better. Yeah, right about there. Look at it. There we go. Okay, cool. Had to fix that. So you rolled a 19. That is a success. Not a critical success, but a success. You do competent work and gain the amount of currency listed for the task level and your proficiency rank. So what is your proficiency rank?
I am trained.
Trained. Okay, you earn 3 silver for that day's work.
Yeehaw.
All right. Anybody else have anything they want to do for that day? Like just a punctuation, like scenes or anything, not downtime activities.
Yeah. After the day's work, I'd stop by my inn room, pick up Sever's shield, and just take it with me to the fishery for a drink.
Okay.
That way, if I see Sever, I can hand him his shield.
Yeah, I think I can continue our little habit of meeting up for drinks in the evening.
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right, so we'll just zoom to that evening at the Otari fishery. Familiar sights and smells of the fishery, this ever-present kind of distant smell of the docks and fish, kind of eventually you're growing nose blind too, as well as the smell of the crisp and delicious ale that is actually imported often to the area here. Some of it brewed in the area, but Otari has the privilege of many of these ships that come in and out and trade for lumber, and as part of that, one of the advantages that the Otari fishery in particular has, due to Tamili's shrewd business sense, are imports of various ales and stuff. At this moment, you all have tapped into the latest variety of a Zerizian ale known as Amberous Memory.
Nice.
I'll say there's like a bottle maybe even sitting there, like popped open for it, imported from Zerizian territory. You pour it into your mugs. Yeah. that we see on the table.
Label facing the camera.
Yeah, you'll see Sever down his tankard and slam it onto the counter. Yeah, I think you guys are gonna like what I did for the little guy. You'll see.
That's thoughtful of you.
Something to remember him.
Different pace this week after everything that happened. Kind of nice, but part of me's itching to get back out there, man.
I thought I missed the quiet life of town.
Mm-hmm.
You know, deep down there when I was at my almost at my end, I found myself recalling the times when I wished for more times like that. And you know, I don't know, at first I didn't know if it was me trying to tell myself that, you know, careful what you wish for, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, after the past couple of days of being back here, you know, I bought a full set of plate armor.
What?
Yeah, I heard.
Like knight's wear?
I almost bought a tower shield too. I ran out of coin, but yeah, I don't know what I'm prepared
up
for.
When he heard that.
Definitely ready for whatever now, though. Whatever that may be.
Here's your old one that you were ready to discard.
Oh, look at that! I never thought I'd see that one again.
You can see it's shining like new. It's well taken care of. Like it's definitely fixed.
You did this
as promised.
I didn't take that seriously, but now I know to in the future, I guess. Thank you. This looks really good.
Yeah, my paw tried teaching me.
Huh. I wheeled it around and kind of do some shield moves with it in the middle of the bar here.
Some of the like other patrons, yeah, like Larry and some other, there's one guy in the backlog. Yeah.
He really liked it.
Yeah.
Huh. Thank you,
I can
Grungruk.
say something a little messed up. Part of me's worried we're never gonna, like, that was the adventure of a lifetime, and we're not gonna get that opportunity again.
Hell, Andrew, you're young. You got
weird feeling.
You got chances. It might not.
No,
that might be true for some old fart like me.
But something like that, you know, it was exciting on some level.
It was prime.
About that time, Tamily walks up to the table with another tray filled with bottles of Ambrose Memory and begins setting them down. Another round for my dragon slayers. And seems like Happy kind of puts her arm around like two of you after like setting the tray down. I'm just chuffed to bits about you. And kind of pulls you in for a gentle hug for a moment as she begins to walk away. Then, almost as though she forgot something, turns back around and goes, "Oh, see me day after tomorrow. I've got something." And then turns back around, continuing to feed patrons and serve drinks.
I'll shout back. Yeah, hopefully it's another dragon so we can get another week of free ale.
You can hear her kind of laughing as she's walking around. Her spirits seem to have risen a bit. She was quite gloomy during the funeral of my gardener, but she seems to have gotten quite a bit more cheerful after, you know, anticipating the festival, and is just been like, you know that everybody in town has heard the story of the thing, and it wasn't because you guys were telling the story. It's because Tamily is running around telling everybody, "There's a new adventuring party in town. They're real. They killed a fucking dragon. Holy shit! And it was under my fishery. Can you believe it?" She's so excited by it all.
I'll say that. Yeah, Sever shies back every time it's mentioned. Probably just a little bit. Kind of shrinks slightly. But then as she walks away, after I say that, I'll lean down to Landry to kind of like cap our conversation about it. But I'll be like, no, but really, I do hope she finds us another dragon.
Oh, careful now.
Last one was a wee one. Next one might not be.
Part of me hopes for a little bit more adventure, maybe a little more treasure, some action, but I don't know if I'm in any hurry to face on the dragon. That breath almost melted all three of us.
Yeah, that toxic gas was a little rough to deal with.
Yeah.
All right.
Several slam another tankard.
Okay. It's delicious and very strong ale. It's not of a style that you're used to having here in the Crystal Isles. It's much darker than the beer that is common in the Crystal Isles, and has a much like an earthier note. It's almost sweet in a way, and so because of that, you expect it to not be that strong alcoholic in terms of its alcohol content, but it's actually very strong. And so you realize after a few of them, which you've had today, that it's like, oh wow, okay, I need to like, you don't get like wasted or anything. You're an old person. you know yourself. You're used to it. But you've had many drinks, but you're taken by surprise by that a little bit, and kind of have to adjust your drinking over the course of the days from this new import from the coast. It's a good beer though. The mainland seems to know what they're doing. Zarizians, for all their worth, have quite the culture. But the day continues on. Eventually a drunken patron comes by and says, it's kind of a slurring voice with his tankard up. Dragon Slayers play darts, and he holds like a handful of darts, points to the wooden board where a number of people were playing darts, and our camera will just kind of zoom out away from the tavern for the evening. You can choose if you play it or not. That's up to you. But we'll come to the next day of downtime, the first day of the festival. The festival itself is sometimes it's thrown for multiple days. It depends on the year in the preparations before. This year it's a 2-day affair, the second day of which is the actual founding day, but the first day here, which will be the 22nd. Oops, oh god, no, hold on, I moved it a year by accident.
Whoops.
Told you.
Hold on. There we go. There we go. Nope, not that one. What? The opening sees the tents in the market square swelling with people. Many events taking place across the town, several of which are almost like little plays that are being put on to illustrate the story of the Rose Guard, the many tales and different renditions, different tellings. There are booths and different wares being sold, some of which are only now really being set up, so they're going to be open tomorrow, but you can get like tastes of some of the things that are coming. Multiple food vendors set up. But this will be your final day of downtime and your first day of downtime within the festival proper. You can all, of course, have one scene as well in character as you would go and whatever you prefer. But last day of downtime, who would like to go first?
This is the festival day?
Yeah. The first, it's like the setup festival day. It's like there's the 2-day festival. The second day is the big festival day. We're not going to be in downtime during that day. This is just the downtime festival day.
I'll look for work. I'll try and see if any of the vendors need like
Okay.
Like whatchamacallit, not bodyguarding, but just like someone to help watch over their goods.
Security.
Like light security work? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. That's fine. I think you absolutely during a festival could get that kind of work with no issue. Let's look and see what skill I think that is relative to. I would say yeah, it could be that or that. How are you? What kind of body, or not a bodyguard, but what kind of security are you? Well, describe to me what Sever's disposition and methodology are for preventing pickpockets or whatever. Like mostly, you know, in this kind of situation, it's going to be like kids stealing food from a stand or something like that,
Yeah.
or maybe even some pickpockets in the crowd that you know might be from that Osprey Club or something. You know, taking the wares people who are walking on the streets drunk or whatever, that kind of a thing. What is Sever's methodology to prevent those types of things?
Sure. So being part of the village for so many years,
Right.
I think like lending his services, especially during events like this, is pretty common, and like a lot of people know
Yeah.
that he's for hire and who he is and what he's doing when he's seen. So I think a lot of the preventative measures are handled just by his people knowing him, like, oh, Sever's standing around that guy's cart, you probably don't want to fuck with that, based on the way he's handled things in the past. But other than that, since he knows most of the village too, I think that he mainly keeps an eye out for, like you said, the Osprey Club members, if he's aware of them, and anyone that he's not aware of that may be strolling in from out of town to kind of prey on the merchants here. And whoever hires me specifically gets like, you know, their goods are obviously paramount to my watchful eye. And I just kind of hawk over their stalls as they set up.
Just kind of chill there and present yourself. Okay. I would say that you can choose either mercenary lore, because you have that. I know you're trained in that, so you could use mercenary lore because it's like kind of knowing the job of a mercenary, knowing the dealings and the suspects at large that you might have to deal with as part of that kind of a thing. Or you could do, I would say, intimidation. Either of those, as long as you're trained in it. Okay, yeah, feel free.
Where do I find that again?
It should be in your proficiencies. Looks like a hand.
Proficiencies with my hand.
Looks like a hand held up like that or whatever.
Yeah, let's go. I am pretty confident in my abilities, especially. Oh my god.
Okay. I was gonna say that this is what's it called? Task level, probably a 1, but that would represent a failure, but not a critical failure on a task level 1. So a failure, you do shoddy work and get paid the bare minimum for your time. You gain an amount of currency listed in the failure column for the task level, and the GM will likely reduce how long you can continue at that task, etc. But you're only doing it for this one day, so it's not that big of a deal. And you are trained, correct, in mercenary lore. So yeah, so that's still you're fine. So you only basically what happens is you end up getting distracted throughout the day. There's like a whole lot of people, and some of the stalls end up having some kids that can like come and manage to get a hold of some food, and you see it like that you failed basically to protect, turn around, and like one of the stalls has just been cleaned out by a gang of street kids basically, and you're like, oh fuck. And at the end of the day you only make 2 copper.
Okay, I'll say a lot of that I will attribute to the fact that like it's boring as fuck. Like, I know there's no real threat, and I know if anything happens, it's just some little kids stealing candy, and I'm just like, I got the itis. And I'm like, oh man, I don't fucking whatever.
That makes
I'm like,
sense. It's kind of in fitting with
basically.
what we've been doing here too. I would say everything along those lines of your work as like insecurity or whatever, where sometimes it used to be kind of exciting and you used to sort of like being that figure of authority. After the dungeon, after all that fight and protecting the people and knowing for sure you're really protecting Otari, it's like the volume's turned down on all that stuff before. You don't
Totally,
feel like
yeah,
you're really
everything's
protecting
muted.
anything. Yeah. All right. Well, anybody else on this day you want to do anything?
Sure, I will try to execute my wrestling.
Okay.
Who wants to grapple me? You're just out in the street yelling.
No, I'll say it's been set up with some of the other vendors and stuff to arrange for like a small ring area. There the little wrestling matches between other members of the township. Occasional people come from all over. There's even a couple people that you don't recognize in the town that are here for the Founders Day festival.
So yeah, you see me kind of go up to the staging area, not wearing my usual like layered stuff. I'm just basically wearing some just loose fitting breeches and just my sort of leather kind of slippers that I normally wear, and shirtless. And you kind of see a lot of like scarring and nicks, and the evidence of years spent fighting, and just kind of like tiny little superficial scars and things all over his chest and back, arms that you might not have seen before. And he's kind of in a different different headspace. He's very focused, even though it's not not a super serious wrestling match. He does hope to put on a good show for the people, as he kind of grew up doing. Maybe it's been a little while. Maybe he's done this before prior festivals and things, but not that often. So
I'll say it's like a circled and fenced in area, and you're in there, and it's basically like a mud floor that you're on. So people that fall get kind of like mud all over them. That kind of a thing. Throughout the day, you have people that come in and kind of you're not like I'm the champion, challenge me, but you're like one of the people that competes with it, and they have different phases of competition between people, almost like little mini tournaments they go. And there's even like some kind of like sillier events that people participate in, like where they've put everybody in there and they grease up a pig and everybody has to like jump and try and catch grab the pig and stuff, and there's just like everybody's like laughing, etc. Throughout the day, and kind of depending on how well you do as a performer here, more or less as a like wrestling performer, right, as it will kind of determine your pay. I would say that this task level would probably, because it's one of the more entertaining things throughout the day besides like the little plays that are being put on. I will say this is probably going to be a task level 1, so it's not like a super hard thing. It's not super labor intensive, but it's not going to be a 0. But yeah, if you would like to go ahead and roll your skill, I believe it would be your actual grappling thing.
So yeah, I was wondering. So yeah,
I'm looking at your
profession wrestling lore.
Yeah, I think that would be. I think that would probably be it. Or are you trained in performance? Because if not, it would be the wrestler lore.
I am trained in performance, but it's
that's your choice: wrestler lore or performance.
Okay. Yeah, what's weird is that profession wrestling is an intelligence-based thing, but
fucking kids being kids. I just saw that J5. Yeah.
All right. So here we go. We're going in there. Oh, it was almost good, and then it wasn't.
All right. So you're a bit distracted by all this. This used to be more used to feel more like blood rushing combat. It felt like this intense experience, but kind of like what Sever encountered. Just the volumes turned down a bit on the experience. You find yourself thinking about the previous days, the being with the adventuring group, the quiet moments, the intensity, the what might be a future life for you coming with this idea of becoming an adventurer. What could that mean? And like in one of those moments, you just get like smacked across the face by somebody's forearm and go straight down in the mud, just covered in it. Your performance was not very good that day. You didn't catch the pig once. You ended up covered in mud, your hair matted down. There's probably a point at which you saw Sever and Grongruk in the town even, and like waved, and they didn't recognize you because you're just like completely covered in mud. It was like hi. It's like all kinds. It wasn't your best performance as a wrestler that day, but you earned 2 copper for your efforts throughout the day.
I will say, sorry about my butt performance. I was distracted. I did a shit job. Don't worry about the pay.
I mean, it's kind of like they're kind of like winnings basically, but I wasn't say you like leave the money on the table for that. Yeah. All right. Is anybody else doing anything? There's only Grongruk left, so you doing anything, Grongruk?
Nothing particularly interesting. Just taking in the festival. Probably stop by Ren's, get my fortune told, and see what she thinks about this the map that I found.
Okay. Ren will take the map from you and look it over, kind of look a bit confused at it. I can't say where this would be. So if that kobold fellow had it, it had to be somewhat nearby. Well, I'll buy it from you for 4 gold if you want, or... And then she like kind of puts her hand out like towards your eyebrow area, kind of like she's like holding her hand, like her 2 fingers like this above your eyebrow, but not actually touching you. And she backs off a second. She says, "No, you keep it." And you ask about her giving you your fortune. She's setting up like her table to do fortune, and she kind of smiles and picks up at that. "Oh, I'd love to." And as you begin, she once again holds her hands up like that. "Tomorrow."
What?
"Yes, tomorrow. The fates speak when the fates speak." And she looks up at the sky.
All right.
You're fucked. As you're
kind of leaving Ren's, she will you'll hear her say, "I must talk to the mayor about that." And you can see her looking off into the distance at the tower that sends far out towards the fog fen that you can see just rising above the trees there. It's ever present, a strange lighthouse in the middle of the forest, in the middle of the fog fen, far from the coast where it would be useful. It's been there for a long time. You know it as the Gauntlet, the last stand of the Rose Guard, where they fought Belcora and ended up resulting in the namesake of the town dying and the birth of Otari as a village. She kind of just looks over out there, and you hear her muttering under her breath, "I must speak with the mayor." And as you're walking away, she says, "Grongruk,
Yeah.
do you see anything there?" And she points towards the tower. You turn and look at it. Looks normal to you.
No.
Okay. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
And so a few others come into the area, and you see she starts to do the same thing with them, giving fortunes, selling wares, etc.
I imagine the rest of the day he's just walking around with a tankard and a candied apple or something, you know.
Okay. All right. And so we'll move to the end of that day. Are we once again convening at the fishery?
Yeah. As long as we got free drinks here.
Yep. All right, the evening comes and you find yourselves once again at a table that has now kind of become yours almost at the fishery. You've sat here in the evening for so many days in a row now together that everybody kind of just leaves it, walks by it, waits for you to sit down. It's almost become a table you own. Like, I would say by this day, you walk in, there's probably somebody sitting there, sees you and like stands up and walks over and sits down at another table as you sit down. They kind of give you a little nod as you do. It's all J5 said. Festival's still going. Tomorrow's the big day. So everybody knows.
Some opening day jitters.
Yeah, I can confirm that. Match was a bust. Head just wasn't in him.
Yeah, something's off. So boring. Bored.
You guys talked about me getting the opportunity to have another adventure, but I've been thinking on that, and I do feel like if the opportunity should arise, I'm gonna take it. But I'd really like for you two to take it with me. I feel like we made a good team.
I was just about to suggest the same.
You're talking about more.
How about you, old man?
I think I got some more adventures left in me.
I think so too. And that armor is certainly you're gonna need a chance to put that to use.
I'd love to give it some dents.
Don't worry, I'll fix those.
I know you will.
So maybe
I guess this is official then, huh?
Absolutely. Maybe give it a few more days in town here to let things settle down, and then maybe we go out looking for work together. See if
I
there's
like that
anything
plan.
else needs protecting.
You know, I've never left Otari.
Yeah, we can tell a little bit, but we'll fix that.
I didn't realize it was that obvious, but
you are this town, Sever.
I appreciate that. I do think that maybe the world's a lot bigger than this little town, though. Might find more adventures beyond. Because like you said, I don't think we're going to find anything as crazy as a dragon fight underneath the city again.
You should see
maybe
Dwarport.
Grongrok. Man, I don't know if I'd recommend that necessarily. It's different than us. What about you, Grongrok? You got any leads? I know you do this sort of thing. I know these woods here are filled with excitement, opportunities. You got any leads on stuff to check out?
I wouldn't say any leads yet, but usually I just go exploring, map out a bit of the woods.
All right, well, let's if you hear anything, let us know.
If you have the free time, I would suggest stopping by Ren's. Her divinations are festive.
Yeah.
I've heard of her. I've never taken much about that to heart, but if you suggest it.
An odd one, but she's a good person.
About that time, Tamale will wander up and sit down several bowls of like roasted vegetables and stuff from the kitchen in front of you, and another round of ales. And she'll speak up. I've got a surprise for you tomorrow, and I don't know how you're gonna take it, but I hope it's well. I'm very excited. See me, I'll say, just after 11, if that's all right here at the fishery. Oh, it's gonna be so exciting! And then she runs off to help other patrons within her bar. Other customers, I should say.
That should be interesting.
Did she mean
He
in the
seems
morning?
excited. I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah.
After
yeah,
that
Tomorrow, I should say.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. I guess we got a festival to attend tomorrow. I'll slam another tankard of Ambrosia's Dream. Is that what it was? What was it? Memory? Ambrosia's Memory?
Ambrosia's memory.
Yeah.
Ambrose memory, yeah.
Ambrose Memory.
An ancient recipe. Not ancient, it's actually only like... But yeah, I mean, it's a few thousand years old at this point, so...
The modern watered down version of Dom.
Sure, probably, by
That's
comparison. Because the original one was basically a dwarven ale, so it probably was like killing humans and they watered it down. But yeah, it comes from the Zarizian Empire nowadays. It's like ubiquitous in Zarizian territory and one of their common exports. With that, the evening stretches long as you have a few more drinks. The conversation grows a bit quieter and more paused as your eyelids grow heavy and you once again return to your homes. The next day finds you all. Okay, there we go. Exiting your homes into the streets of Otari amidst the festival. Now there are several activities that are taking place throughout the town, as I said. There are, for example, to throw a few out here, there's the fortune telling that Ren's doing. There are what are called flume fights that are taking place today that somebody could participate in if they would like. It's essentially two combatants that are balancing on logs that are kind of just trying to knock each other off, basically, that flowed there. There is a game of chess that's being played, kind of almost you're not 100% sure unless you actually go check it out, but it's basically people gambling over chess. It's quite popular with kids, but some of the scribbles there have rigged up seats on the wheels. The wheel of the giant's wheel on the side, essentially turning it into like a small Ferris wheel where your bottom half gets wet as you end up passing through the water, and you can almost just mostly hear before you see the like children kind of screaming with joy and stuff as they ride on it, and it's being heavily supervised by many of the workers there. There's also small crafting competitions that are being conducted where you see little carvings of wood and various other creations that have been brought and are being essentially judged. There are rewards for some of those, and there are books and coffee that are being discussed, etc. There's kind of different beverages and things that are being served, dice gambling. There's the wrestling and boxing competitions that you already participated in. There's like riddling contests, knife throwing contests, tree chopping contests, mushroom hunts, which is like basically Easter egg hunts, if you want to think of it like that. Turtle racing that Tamily herself is running, like from the fishery, where they have like little turtles and little box things that are literally just racing to the end. There's music and dance competitions throughout the day. You can feel free to participate in literally any of these events that you would like to, but you can only do so many. So I basically to give you the pace of the day here, feel free to each participate in one event, and if you would like to roll and earn income into that event, we can maybe talk about that, but in general I already have rules for every one of these, so how you may or may not earn income anyway. So but yeah, if you want to do anything, feel free. This is your day at the festival to in character do exactly whatever you want, to go talk to whoever you want. The one thing I will say is you all feel drawn to one another in the morning. You end up meeting back up, perhaps at the fishery, perhaps at just in the street that becomes a common thoroughfare for all of you. That's your choice. But I would say that it's this day that you sort of stop meeting up in the evening just to have drinks and are like kind of walking around almost like an adventuring party together for the first time since the dungeon, not just having drinks with one another, the whole town spread out before you with all these different events taking place, and our camera kind of just zooms back behind you that you all, after meeting up, begin to walk towards the festivities on your own together. I want you to think about what you want to do during our break, so we'll be back in just a few. All right, we're back. And you, my adventurers, are all at the festival for the day. Where would you like to go? There are activities that are essentially continual that you can just do and participate in. Depending on how many of those you choose, I might say they're only like one apiece, depending on what's going on. But if there's one activity that 3 of you want to participate in, we just do that all at the same time, and it's not a big deal. You see what I'm saying? So it depends on how many. I'm trying to schedule how many things we're going to have in this day of activities. So fit it all in. So we've got activities, and then we've got events that'll take place throughout the day. I'll bring those events up as they come up. There's no event right now, but there are activities. I've already listed those activities off to you. What would you like to do?
I would do a knife throwing.
Okay.
Same.
So,
Is that an activity or an event? That's an activity, right?
That's an event.
that's an event. So let's worry about that later.
I'm so
I'll sign up too then. Fuck yeah.
Okay, just remember that. Write down which things you're signing up for, like in your little notes or whatever. But any activities that are happening right now that you want to participate in. It's a little bit earlier in the day, so you can get your fortunes read, but she hasn't quite set up her shop yet. So if you want to do that event, you'll have to do it a little bit later in the day. But that's one that you can do pretty much whenever after her stuff's open up. The things that are available right now this early are the Giant's Wheel rides, if you want to do that. There's the crafting competitions, if you have anything that you think you could enter from your crafting that you've done. There's like a bingo thing that you can play around with. There's chess with Rab Cherdle, and there's the flume fights. There's also the Morblins serving coffee and different books and stuff. There's let's see, and there's dice. There's a big dice game going on.
Always dice. I would listen in on the Morblins coffee.
Okay.
Yeah,
Grongrup doesn't have any tools of his own to whittle a little bear out or something out of wood.
oh, yourself a dwarf?
Oh, he doesn't have any tools or shop of his that he owns. So
Okay, as you approach the stand out in front of Odd Stories, or at least near it, or like you can see the branding representing Odd Stories there, and the Morblins. That's Carl and James. There you can kind of hang out and with them for a while. It's a very relaxing atmosphere. As you sit around and look at some of the books that they have, that they suggest various stories and stuff, walking you through some of the history. They do show you these free, it's all free, that they're handing you these little small cups of coffee. They hand one to each of you as you approach that are there. Who all is going? Just Landry and Grongruk, or Sever going also?
I'm going somewhere else.
Okay. So you're handed each a cup of the coffee, and Carl will lean in and say, I'm experimenting with different flavors, and kind of curious to see what you'll think. I mean, you're the new dragon slayers in town, right? Everybody's gonna care. So just to let you know, we're expanding the shop. We're gonna add a little coffee shop, right? So people could actually read their books and drink coffee at the same time. And we think some of the adventurers might come through. Isn't that right, Carl? And Carl, his husband, will look over at him and nod with kind of a smile on his face that says, well, maybe. I don't know. Like, I'm not so confident in this coffee shop idea that his husband has, but sort of a sheepish grin. But then James seems incredibly not actually incredibly supportive, and Carl or sorry, Carl seems incredibly supported and James seems incredibly excited, but like eventually passes you several different cups of different flavors of coffee and turns to you and goes, what do you think we should call the coffee shop though?
You asking us?
Yeah, you're the big news in town. You can just see Carl over there, his head in his hands, like shaking his head.
Well, I'm absolutely
like-
terrible at naming things,
I was gonna put this on you, Gronger.
but I think your coffee could use a bit of whiskey. Can't go wrong with that.
Noted. Looks across the little kind of separation that's been provided here at the festival between the Majoroys or between Majoroy over there that you see, where they are conducting like experimental beverages for their tavern kind of a thing. There's almost this like air of competition that you can just suddenly sense between them as they make eye contact across this street. Whiskey it is. He turns back towards you. That'll teach him. Writes it down. Any ideas for a name?
Trite, like the Dragon's Brew.
Oh, Dragon's Brew.
That'd be too much.
No, I love those stories with dragons, and you want to know. Besides, this is a town that had a dragon underneath it. We'd be the first to brand with it. I love it. Dragon's Brew Coffee. Odd stories and Dragon's Brew Coffee. Perfect.
Right down.
Writes it down. And you see Carl over there just kind of like, all right, whatever, I give up. You go out and have a relaxing day for like, probably the better part of more than an hour hanging out there, sipping coffee, reading over some of the books that you do. Most of them are just stories. These aren't like spell tomes or anything like that. They're literally storybooks, right? But novels and things like that. And they're quite a few. Sorry.
I'm a wizard now?
No, but if you care about those kinds of things, maybe. But these are essentially novels and stuff. Quite a few of them are from the mainland, but there are a few that are quite obviously from Dwareport, etc. The authors, some of which you may have heard, many of which you haven't. There's essentially a whole Zerizian section, a lot of it like on Zerizian philosophy, which is quite dominant in the Zerizian way of life. A few things like that.
I don't know that I've ever been a big reader, but I feel like I would be falling into old thought patterns of how much books like this sometimes fetch. So, some books are worthless and some books are worth quite a penny. Just idle thought, not that I'm thinking of stealing anything, but just know that some of these cool books can go fetch a price.
All right, while you're doing that, what's Sever doing?
But I'm just kind of idly.
I'm gonna go walk around and gather a bunch of delicious food that I smell at the festival, and just like be eating on it, and probably find a dice game going on.
Okay, sounds good.
Not a bad way to spend the morning.
Yeah, I would say you don't need to make any rolls for what kind of good food you get. There's plenty of food everywhere. I would say just subtract. I mean, it's fair food, and you're getting a bunch of it, so maybe like 3 silver for all this crazy different stuff you're getting. And then you wanted to play some dice.
Yeah, I'll find some people playing dice.
Okay, this is going to be fun. All right. So you sit down. You can see there's a number of other participants here that mostly it's sailors and stuff that you recognize from the docks, Otari locals and stuff. But even a few of the older citizens of Otari that don't come out too often, that you recognize, some of the old lumberjacks and stuff. Quite a few of them, but there are a number of people participating. You kind of find you a table where people are rolling that has a chair. You sit down, you can see there's a number of gentlemen that and sitting there like with sausage rolls and stuff that they're eating that come from just like you, basically sitting there with food, stuffing their face. Just one guy stuffing a sausage roll in his face, just kind of with his mouth full, and continues.
I got like my arms like food, but I'm just like
there's people sitting there drinking ale from the different distributions here in the town, but let's do it this way because this will be more fun. All right, there's gonna be 3 more people playing at the same table as you, including the guy that you just nodded at, and I'll play one of those 2 people, and Venom and Psycho will play the other 2. So you don't have to actually talk as the NPC. You're just gonna roll for the dice game.
Rollies.
You can talk if you want. I don't give a fuck about it. But it's up to you. But so the way that the game is played, we're all gonna start. You're gonna do blind GM rolls, okay? And you're going to each have an amount of gold to bet with. Sever, you have the amount that you have. The other 2 of you, I'm gonna whisper to you how much you have, okay?
Okay.
Well, I'll send it to you in a DM on Discord. That might be easier.
Okay.
Oh wait, Psycho, you're not on Discord, are you?
I got my phone.
Okay, that'll work.
Okay.
There you go. That's your total amount that you can do anything with if you want. Your goal is to win as much as you can.
Oh.
All right. So, what I want everybody to do is do a blind GM roll and roll a d6. Just a single d6. As all of you kind of lean in and roll your dice behind this cup. It's essentially like a dice poker kind of thing.
Or the... How do Oh god.
Actually, not blind. Sorry, I didn't mean blind GM. I meant private GM. The one where you and I see it, but nobody else sees it.
Well, that makes more sense, certainly.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, sorry. Let's do it over. Do it over.
All right, that's my roll there.
That'll be the first one. I'll delete the others.
Yeah, first roll.
All right. I'll go. All right. Let me do this.
So the highest number wins? What is it?
You'll see. Hold on. I'm getting to that. All right. So essentially what you're doing here is yes, the highest number wins, but there's multiple rolls that are going to happen. It's rounds of betting. So right now you can place bets. There are limits on a max bet, so you can't just go all in on your first one. So the limit right now is just set to 5 gold.
Okay.
5 gold is the maximum.
Yeah, for a single bet.
What's the minimum?
For now. I'd say the minimum is probably like 5 silver. Half a gold.
How do we just gonna message you back on our wager, or we just gonna do that publicly?
The wager is public. People see what you bet.
All right. Well, I'm in for 3 gold.
3 gold.
3 gold. The name's Brock. I've been waiting for this game.
Put it in the chat
this
too.
Game for weeks.
I'll see your 3 gold. Oh, I didn't. No one saw that 3 gold.
So you're gonna
You can't enchant if
call
you want to
him?
make any money in this game.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I'll
the bet is
call.
now set at 3 gold. So that means, Psycho, your guy has to bet at least 3 gold to stay in the game, or you.
Yeah, okay.
So you can do that. That's calling, or you can raise them, and then the betting will begin again, and they'll have to either call or raise you or fold out.
I'll call it.
Now, am I hypothetically betting on the number that I rolled being high?
You'll see.
You're trying to build a hand.
You'll see.
Okay.
I think house will
Best
always
way to
win.
gamble with a game you have no idea how to play.
Yeah.
Step 1: throw
All
all your money
in.
into the pod.
Basically, you
Beginner's
want
luck.
you want the highest. Well, the rules are super simple. The highest total will be the one that actually wins, right?
Okay, I like that.
But if you have doubles, right? Like if you roll the same number on 2 dice,
Yeah.
then that counts as more. It's complicated. But if that comes up,
Okay.
we'll address that.
Okay.
All right. So now, since everybody called, you're in for that amount. Write down
think
the
you're
amount of gold you
bluffing.
have in there.
Shoot him.
I'm not cheating, bluffing.
All right, now I want everybody to make another secret roll, but this time it's a
You're
D8
lying.
instead of a D6.
All right. Oh yeah, y'all are in trouble now.
Make sure you
Nice
can see
poker
the roll.
face.
Okay. All right, another round of betting. This round of betting starts at the lowest of last turn, and this one can go all the way to 10 gold.
Damn. I'll glare at both of you and throw in 4 gold.
Holy fuck.
Not too late to walk away there.
Betting is now at 4 gold. It's
You
gonna
got
be
nothing.
it's gonna be you, Psycho. Do you want to
Wait.
call? Do you want to raise? Do you want to fold?
Wait
Call
a
it.
minute. Hold on. Pause. Safety pause. I forgot that he's actually betting for real. Are we trying to bet?
Yes.
Are we
It's
trying to
my
lose?
actual money.
Oh no,
No,
that's my
as
bad.
as I said, that's why I said your goal here. So I'm trusting you to actually play straight.
I
Your goal
see.
here is to win
Okay.
as much money as you can in this.
I see. All right. Well, I didn't realize I needed to throw it, but okay, I'm with you now.
Don't throw it, is what I'm saying. All right. So, are you gonna call, or
I
are you gonna,
fold. No.
are you gonna raise, Psycho?
Call.
Okay. Another 4 gold in. It goes to
I'll
7. All
call.
right, throw in 4 gold.
Care about that old man?
I just laughed through a mouthful of food.
Oh, all
Oops.
over the dice.
All right. Now, another secret roll. This time a D10.
This is where we ice them.
So you think?
All right, minimum bet is the highest bet from last time, which is 4 gold. Maximum still is 10. Landry, you're well, not Landry, but Venom, you're Brock.
How about 5 gold?
Do Psycho.
Let's do 6.
Good rolling, huh?
Better than
How
you.
about you, old man? I don't know. I'm not so sure about that.
How old is Sever, by the way?
90.
No, he's like in his 50s.
Jeez.
He said he
looks
looked
like
older
he's
than he
just-
was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks a few decades older, maybe a decade older. I'm
I'm sure he looks older this week.
Minimum bet is 6.
I don't wait my turn. I just push in one more gold.
I like to keep things interesting too.
So you're calling? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, one more roll. This one is blind.
Do everyone?
Yes. It's a blind GM roll.
And what
D20?
is this? D12?
D12, sorry. Yes, I should have clarified that. This is a D12 roll. It is blind. Okay. Now, you're betting on your total here. Minimum bet 6 gold. Otherwise, you fold out and lose if you don't make that bet. So, betting starts with Venom. Brock here.
I reach for my sack and realize, oh shit, I'm out of money. Well, boys, all I got's one more. And then
You
I'm
put it all in.
strapped. I put it all in.
All right, that means you have to go all the way to the end. Psycho.
I thought if he couldn't make it, he folded.
I mean, I don't. Well,
Unless he bets everything that he has.
in terms of in terms of actual gambling, this would be like a side pot. If you someone bet more, it would max out like sort of my winnings. But it's not. You don't.
Okay.
It's not like because I could just say like a million gold. It's like, oh, you don't have it. Well, then you're out. Like you don't. It's not how it works. But
Well, I'll go all in with my 4 remaining.
Put it in.
So I just have to meet 4?
you could just stay with I mean, you could just say 1 to like keep it simple as well.
Yeah, I'll throw 1 in.
Well, it's your initial stake or whatever. It didn't really matter though. I would say you have to match at least the 4, since he is it's sequential. All right. Now, okay. So this guy folded out pretty much right away. Let's see. Was not confident. All right. So the dice are pulled from underneath this was basically a big wicker basket revealing the totals for each of you. So we have, unfortunately, yeah, there we go.
Your wife's gonna be happy for once.
All right, let's look at Sever. Sever has a total of 18.
Yikes.
That's not good. Those are the rules on the. That's I got more than that just on my first 3 dice.
Mm-hmm.
It's lowest score wins, right? You said.
Like golf.
Oh yeah, Brock wins by a landslide. It's like way further. Yeah.
I rolled almost perfect. Like I got a 7 on my D8, a 10 on my D10.
Oh my god.
And a 4 on my D6. So going into
Yeah.
it.
So yeah, Brock wins the pot.
I got 3, 5, 10.
Damn.
So I had 18. I think the D12 murdered me.
On the last roll, you rolled 2, and then Brock rolled a 7.
My dude, whatever his name is, probably complained that the D12 always kills him.
Damn, I've never won before with money like this. Wouldn't know what to do with that. Why don't you just have it all there, old man?
No, that's not how this works.
Let's try.
My wife wouldn't know what to think if I actually came home with money like this.
How much money?
No,
did I spend?
just look at all your totals that you put in. 4,
So
6.
50, 70, 18 gold, I think.
Yeah, it looks like 18.
So.
But you didn't have 18 gold.
I got 17. Let me count it again.
Can't pay. I stab him.
14.
Oh,
17. Yeah. It's 17. You bet 17
Why
total.
don't we play one for real?
Yeah, so you spend 17 gold.
Nice.
Yeah, because that's how much my dude lost. 17.
Ooh, I like turn out my inside pocket. my pocket's inside out, and I just walk away.
Dejected.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll go.
The other guy did too. That was
food.
eating a bunch of the food. He's just kind of like,
Yeah, we both walk away eating.
Yeah,
I nod
he
at him
lost all his
again.
money too. So yeah.
Brock reaches over and grabs the corn dog off your tray.
Oh, I slapped the fuck out
This will
of him.
cover the difference.
This'll cover
You're
the-
short. You're short, old man, but this will cover it.
You were short. You were the one
It's
that was short.
It's the dog or the blade.
You were the one who was short.
Oh shit.
I paid my debt.
That's technically true. Actually, technically true. I only bid
Yeah.
15, so they really should only lose 15.
Oh, as it walks back around. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll say you can give yourself 2 gold back. That's fine.
True. 'Cause, yeah, I wasn't offer. I didn't have the rest of it to offer.
All right, so it rolls back around. I'll say you get 2 gold back from that. But anyway, so Sever comes back, meeting with the group after some gambling, but losing a bunch of money, but eating some really delicious food while doing so, and kind of experiencing some fierce competition in the dice game. About that time, you're leaving the books and coffee kind of activities going on all day with the Morblins and run back into each other. There are still multiple activities that you can do if you would like, but you do see that there are multiple events starting right now, including the caber toss, the archery competition, the knife throwing competition, the obstacle course, the wrestling competition, and the tree climbing competition. Oh, as well as the kids are doing the mushroom hunt. So those are all starting right now. You can pick. You can each do one of them if you want, or you can all go to one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Knife toss.
But they're all happening right now, basically. So you want to go to
as we're heading towards the knife tossing, I'm just gonna see the obstacle course and just start heading towards that.
Okay.
I'll meet up with you guys.
Careful now, don't I'll kind of run out, jog over to him as I see him walking off, and I'll say, "Have fun," but it's run by the guild in town, so careful who you talk to. What you say?
Yeah, I'll say this: as you walk up to the obstacle course, you do see that it's being run by Eunice Mira, and you see a lot of members of the Osprey Club running it. There. What do you do, Severin?
You say that to me, and I'll chuckle a little bit, and then I'll look over, and then I'll kind of say,
Make eye contact with them over there.
yeah,
Not a big deal.
Maybe you're
Not a big
right.
deal. Just make sure you keep your full purse with those golds I gave you. Just keep that tight. You should be fine.
yeah, it should be okay, right? Yeah, I'll go over there.
As you see Sever walk up, you can see Eunice Mira kind of looks up at him and says, "Sever." You don't hear that
nod.
as he approaches. Okay. And the rest of you are going to the knife throwing contest.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's have one of the knife throwing people choose a roll captain. Roll a d6, and Sever, you roll a d6, and this will choose which one we do first, whichever's highest. You don't have to do it private. It can just be an open roll. It's
I'm
fine.
rolling like ass, and oh my fuck, what?
But why are there so many dice rolling? What's happening right now?
Oh, okay.
Sick.
Probably shouldn't have rolled that. If
Sorry?
Venom was doing it, because we're both doing the knife tossing.
I thought
Sorry,
you were doing it.
I missed. I thought we were both rolling to see who went first. I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Ooh.
We're doing knives first. It's Sever rolled a one, doesn't
Yeah.
matter. So
Okay.
That's true, yeah.
okay. So anyway,
I wasn't listening.
so you step up to the knife throwing contest. It's adjacent to the archery contest as well. They're basically doing essentially the same thing. They're being run by members of Galente Deliveries. You also see some members of the town garrison there as well. There are targets set up, and you can, if you would like, bet on your performance.
Bet
So-
on my
Wait, what?
performance.
Yes, you
It's
can
a
bet on your
performance?
performance.
Sure. No. That's
Bet on
why I
how
was
well you do.
confused. So you just mean like how well we're gonna do. We could gamble on ourselves.
Yes, if you should choose.
I have zero
So
confidence
there
in
are,
myself.
basically you're each stepping up in order, and there's a target. It's like fucking Robin Hood, but with throwing knives, right?
Sure.
You're gonna get 3 attacks, basically, if you want to think of it like that.
Okay. I do.
On each success, the target is then moved back further to
Okay.
make the next attack harder, and you
Interesting.
get more
Use knives.
more points for hitting that. And then that's it. There's only 3. So if you and whoever ends up with the highest score wins.
Okay.
Okay.
And
So-
then you would basically be betting you're coming in first place.
You would be betting that you are getting wherever you want to bet that you're getting within a certain rate, but it's basically like, yeah, I bet that I'm gonna win this, or I bet that I'm gonna, get in the top 5, or I bet that I'm gonna, that's really actually that would be it. I bet first, I bet that I'm in top 5 or no bet. And you can, I would say you can bet. I would say you could probably bet up to 2 gold.
How many people are doing it?
There's, let's see. In addition to you two, there's going to be 3 others.
So I'll bet I'll be the top 5 for the problem.
Oh no, I see how this works. Sorry, I'm reading the thing.
5. Some little girl tries to come up and do it, and I'm like, I just growl at her. It's full.
Okay, it's 10 total. It's 10 total, but I have to remove some of these people because of what they are and what you are, depending. But you can see some of them in there. You're sizing them up. There's a number of hunters and lumberjacks in the competition, and even a centaur that you don't recognize.
Oh fuck.
But there's 10 total individuals. Some are locals, some are not.
Sure, I'll bet the 2 gold. Why not?
It's a top 5.
All right. Okay, you can also see that there is there's an award given for each place in addition to the bets. So 10 gold for first place, 5 gold for second place, 2 gold for third place, and then none of the other positions pay out.
All right.
Okay, so I went past it. Fuck. There it is. Oh, I see. Okay. I misrepresented that slightly. So you get 3 chances to hit the target. If you miss the target, you're completely disqualified. Each success moves it back, and you can basically keep going with those successes. Like you can keep pushing the target back to a certain range. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not that you get 3 attacks total; it's that you get 3 misses.
Right. Oh, I see. Okay, you just keep going till you miss 3 times, and you just see how many successes you get.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna do these guys here. Oh, I see. And I'm supposed to do. Okay. Simple. Super simple. I just need.
What?
Stuff for his other people.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not the archery. I don't know why I'm thinking archery, but the knife throwing begins. That you can hear the twang of the archers adjacent to you, and the clunking of knives into. Oops. What's happening? Oh. Okay, we're good. The clunking of throwing knives into. Oh yeah, Psycho's having massive issues. Lots of packet loss for Psycho right now. Yeah, it's just cycling. I think we're still seeing him, maybe? Nope, does not look like it. Looks like he's just basically frozen. So you'll hear the clunking of knives into the targets. Let's go ahead and get Landry's roll here, and then we'll maybe take a quick break, just waiting for a Psycho to come back.
Okay. All right. So the first throw.
First throw.
I have the Renaz on my thing, so I'll just roll that.
Yeah. If you have him, that makes it even easier. Are you back, Psycho?
Okay.
Nope. He keeps fading in and out.
Retrieve throwing knife. Okay. All right. Nothing to target. Let's roll. Into Dex. Okay. Let's go.
All right, that is a success.
What is the AC we're trying to hit?
16 for this one.
Okay.
All right, Psycho's having a lot of problems. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few. All right, we're back. We got Psycho back. Everything's good. It's all functional. All right, Landry, that was a success. You see a number of individuals did not hit the target on the first try. I will note that one of the individuals you recognize as a hunter, who provides meat to some of the establishments in town, hit pretty much dead center.
Okay.
And
All right.
as did the centaur. In fact, the centaur's attack was almost perfect, if you catch my meaning.
But not.
Not quite perfect, but one below perfect. if that makes sense.
Well, but they.
I rolled a 19. That's what I'm saying. I rolled a 19. All right.
they get
Anyway,
penalty for extra
natural
lives.
19.
So
For the
I should probably roll.
extra. But now it would be your turn. Yes, please. This is just the first attack. Make it public. This is a 16 you're trying to hit.
I noticed Venom did a melee strike with his throwing knife.
Okay.
Oh, you did. You fucked
All
up.
right, buddy.
Oh, you should.
It's probably the same number, but
Same number.
Is it the same number? Yeah, probably.
It's just literally just. It's just. Your
oh
dex.
no.
Oh no.
All right. So that's a whiff on one. All right, we're going through another round here. Remember, you get 3 misses, so you're good. We're going another round here. Hold on. All right, so.
Oh, so
I'm just doing the rolls for everybody else.
how
I
did
fucked
you
up.
do it?
I didn't roll enough on them. I fucked up. Hold on. Like I
I
can
don't like
split
that
them.
icon
So.
for throwing at all. I dare say it's stupid. It looks like an undo
anyway,
button, not
this
a
is easier.
throw.
This would be easier. Hold on, let me resolve this so I can see what's going on here. Oh my god! All right. So you see a lot of people trying to get to the to hit that target, but a huge percentage of them are missing, and losing their misses basically. That hunter and that centaur though are still trucking right along. In fact, the centaur is not quite doing as well as he did last time, but very well. So anyway, if you would please make another attack. We're gonna do with Grong first here because Grong missed on that first one. So Grong, make me attack. You're trying to hit a 16. Right, that's another miss. It goes by. Now you're trying to hit an 18 there, Landry.
Okay, no problem. Oh, just
It's a miss.
over.
Your first miss. Wrong. You've got 2 misses. God, these guys are. You see, some of them are getting disqualified now on this third attack. Quite a few people are. It's not quite over though yet. So, Grung, you're up, buddy.
16 level. Oh my word! If
Grung
you're
is disqualified.
If you're gonna throw that wild, at least hit the centaur's ass.
All right, Landry, you're up. You've got 1 miss.
All right, 18.
That's a hit.
There it is.
So you still only have that 1 miss. Still another. Oh my god, this guy. There's still a number of individuals hanging in there, including that centaur and that hunter. You do see the one guy. I don't know if I described him earlier. It's like the big burly guy. He is now disqualified. All right. Well, we'll just start with Landry since Grong is out. Subtract your bet, Grong, from your total.
Yeah, I'm not in the top 5, am I?
No, you are not.
All right, going for 20. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, not enough. Not enough.
I will remind you at this point, too, maybe I should have said it a second before. You, too, do actually have Boons of Fate if you wanted to use them as hero points for rerolls. I don't know. Those would be a really bad use of those. Just letting you know you can do. All right.
I mean, we're not going to get into this today anyway, right?
Probably not. So,
It wouldn't be that heroic.
that's fair. Okay. So that's a miss. That's 2 misses for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Three guys in. Oh, man. All right. Go ahead, Landry.
Okay, roll for 20. Last attempts. Let's go. Right, no
That's
problem. Too easy, too easy.
All right. Well, there's only 2 other people left in the competition, and it is actually that hunter and that centaur.
Versus.
And you. So we're starting with you. At this point, you're trying to hit a 22.
Okay. Let's go.
You hit it.
Almost a 20.
Almost, yeah.
Flipped it.
Oh, okay. The hunter misses, but he has more misses to go. He's not disqualified yet. All right. 24.
24, because the knife would go that far. Who knows?
Yeah, you get a -2
Every range
For-
increment, yeah.
range increment.
Let's go. Not it.
Third miss.
That's my last miss.
All right. The other 2.
Ooh, rigged. These games are rigged.
Both miss. Let's see. That's the
This point, it's
second for the hunter.
120 feet away or something crazy.
Yeah, it's really far away. Okay, so they both miss again. That's the hunter is now disqualified. He walks over to you and kind of shakes your hand, Landry.
Good throwing.
Excellent competition.
Wish I could have done better, but that's what it is. I never bad throw early there.
The centaur holds his hand up in victory because he still has 1 throw left. He makes his attack. Also misses.
You still got a horse's ass.
So that means that you 3 tied the top. Nobody outraced the other, so you split the total here, but you get
Damn.
of the bet. You split the total of the bet.
Right.
So that's how much did you bet? And how much did Grung bet? It's 2 each, right?
2, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That's 10 total. Let's call it 9. Makes it easier. Split between 2, so you get 3 gold.
All right.
And then oh yeah, and you're
You
all
get
technically
3.
in the top 3. You're in the top 3 too.
Yeah.
All 3 of you. So you're not gonna get the total payout for winning, but where is it? It's 10 gold for first, 5 for second, 2 for third. So I'll say they just split that total against you, and you get 3.5 gold for tying for first with these 3 guys, or these 2 guys.
All right, love it. Well played.
Everybody shakes hands. The centaur kind of shakes you on the shoulder a bit. He's quite tall. I was just passing through and saw there was a festival. I love festivals. I love throwing.
One of the best around. I see that. It's something, really something.
He nods at you, and you can see that he's like, and as he's turned towards you, he's got an ale in his other hand. He's basically throwing like with an ale in his hand the whole time. This big smile on his face, a beard that's braided in two strands that go down. This is a great town. This is a great town. By the way, we're not gonna take a shit around here.
Probably edge of town's right over that way. It's the shortest. Closest edge. That's probably the best, but I assume you just
Down
kinda go.
holds his hands up and starts charging off to presumably relieve himself. That will end those events. Where were you headed? You were doing the obstacle course.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do this. Should be fun. Heads with this. Yeah. You look over the epic obstacle course. All right. So you step up, kind of being acknowledged by Ines Mira, and sort of this strange cold attitude that the others catch for a brief moment. You look over at the obstacle course, especially, and you can see a ribbon that's been faceted there. It says, "In honor of Otari Ilveshti," the namesake of the village itself. Originally a member of the Rose Guard. And you see there, next to this banner, there's a little, almost like a piece of stonework that's been set there with a carving on top of it that depicts some of the story of the Rose Guard. And specifically refers to this time when Otari Ilveshti led a whole squad of demon assassins on a merry chase across the rooftops of Dwareport in order to distract them while his allies dealt with a cult of a hateful god. You've heard this story, you think, before many times, but usually in the form of song. You look over the obstacle course named after the town's namesake, or in honor of the town's namesake, and you see the setting itself are made mostly with logs and things, but they're fixed with small decorations to kind of give them the slight facade of the rooftops of faraway Dwareport, at least in your eyes, far away, as you haven't, as you said, really ever left Otari. But it's very exciting, and kind of, you may have seen it before, and it might be kind of one of those things that you attach to, like, oh yeah, that's what a big city must look like on the rooftops, right? For those of you that have been there, it's sort of like it's sort of comical, but also not poorly done. It's been reused multiple times, and there are quite a few skilled woodworkers and things here. There are these uneven logs that are rolling around that you can see that are being used. People are trying to dodge and weave through them. There's the loading flume that's been blocked in several places, so you kind of have to essentially run in with an obstacle over each section, kind of trying to get through. And then at the very end of the obstacle course is a swim all the way to the pier, and that's the final, essentially making it a race. You can see there are individuals going through like little time trials. There's different kind of divisions of loggers, kind of practicing parts of it. But as you approach the sign up area, you can tell that they are essentially about to start. Ines Mira walks over, not to you directly, but to the individuals that are there practicing on the different sections. All right, well, kind of looks at you for a moment, makes eye contact with you, Sever, and then sort of looks away as though she's trying not to look at you. Let's have a good, clean competition here. No pushing. Kind of gives a little smirk, and try not to crack any skulls. I want you to be especially careful around the rooftops. And she points over towards the platforms that are raised up with these different roofs. And then eventually the final area that moves into the market square. You can see you can see there that you would make it through to be the final actual like finish line. And once you get there, you gotta dodge the attacks from the assassins, as it were. And remember, don't let them hit you in the eyes, because that's bad. We had that one year where the guy got hit in the eye, and that was bad. So don't do that, please. No more of that. And you can see over where all the assassins are, there are multitudes and multitudes of these children just tossing these dye-soaked balls and powdery wraps with color. They just look rearing to throw them at people. So you line up with a number of it. I made the music really intense, so this is kind of funny. But you
listen alone?
Can also bet on your performance, should you like.
Oh man, I guess I'm in a betting mood. I'll bet 5 gold.
You still have money?
I have 9 gold left.
You was trekking old rock.
All right. Yeah, you can bet 5 gold if you want.
All right.
Or that you're gonna come in first,
Yes.
or that you're just gonna succeed in getting through.
I'm gonna throw it and say that I lose. No.
All right.
No, I'm gonna say that I succeed.
All right, you step up with the others. You can see there's a number of individuals there, and you recognize some of these people, Sever, as being members of the Osprey Club. There's another person there, though, which you don't recognize. He's wearing all black, leather armor, complete with weapons and everything, none of them drawn. You may have noticed him earlier. He's not trying to hide anything. He's got a wide-brimmed hat on, and you can see off to the side he sits down a small lute, and gives a bit of a smile and a flourish towards you as you step up. Well, this should be fun, shouldn't it? You just snarl at him.
No, I like I don't think we've met.
Perhaps not. You may call me Sir Perry. I'm passing by from Dwareport. It's very exciting, this little festival of yours. I'm heading to Dwareport, that is.
Well, Sir Perry.
Checking on my lumber investments, as it were.
Of course. Well,
I saw you eyeing my loot. Do you play?
I don't play. I do like to. I enjoy listening.
I was hoping you could teach me, because I don't play either.
Oh, what? Oh, okay.
Oh, they're about to start.
Yeah.
He wears down, ready to start running.
I'll keep you in mind, Sir Perry.
You look over, Sir Perry. Indeed. You look over. You see Inezmira kind of just shaking her head and holding up her hand. All right, she yells out, "Go!" And everybody begins running through the obstacles, some of them sprinting, some of them kind of beginning slowly taking their time, watching out for the different obstacles as they go, knowing that it isn't all about speed. Sometimes it's about just not getting fucked up. So the first thing you have to overcome are these uneven rolling logs that are just moving across, that you have to run across as they're literally moving back and forth. They have people that are moving them back and forth, and they're very tightly packed, but they're all logs and they're all moving, right? You can see a number of individuals having quite a bit of trouble with that. I'm gonna have to do this. Okay. But yeah, you're the only one doing it, so go ahead and roll first.
Hang on a second. Okay.
I'm gonna need you to choose.
I was making sure my armor was at home.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna need you to either make a. Basically, you're gonna have to do acrobatics, reflex, or perception for this to make your way through, and that kind of determines which way you're doing it. So your choice.
Acrobatics, reflex, or perception.
Yeah.
Acrobatics, or what?
Reflex, perception.
Oh, reflex. I don't see that. Maybe I don't. Have
Basically,
It's not a skill. It's a roll, like a
save.
It's over on
Oh,
Yeah.
reflex perception.
your
Oh,
save, yeah, on the left side.
got
reflex,
you.
and then perception. Perception and the perception skill. Acrobatics, the acrobatics skill. Or you're being more passive about letting it come to you, and you're doing your reflex to try and. The difficulties are different for different ones. I'll just put it that way, but you don't know what what that is.
I guess I'll just do perception then.
Okay,
I have a higher
give me a perception
bonus
check.
to that. Okay.
Sure, it's up to you, man. You can do it. It does not have to be. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. You take a second. You run up and seeing some of the more youthful people that you're competing against. There's actually only 4. Ah, shit, I can't read the roll. There we go. Okay, yeah. Seeing some of the youths rush in, and a couple of them make it across. You also see a number stumble and choose instead to take your time, kind of watching the pattern of the logs as they move back and forth. Not dissimilar to kind of the ripples of water, and sort of imagine yourself running across this water for a brief moment, picturing the steps you'll have to take, knowing you can't keep your feet down for too long, but if you do it just right, you should be able to do it with the timing. And then you step forward in your attempt and make it across perfectly.
Boom, hell yeah.
You are currently in the lead, ahead of all the youths in town. You can see Sir Perry seems to have basically fallen over and is getting like smashed up by logs a little bit.
Oh, Perry! I remember you.
Oh, okay. The Osprey Club members are doing medium all right. Some of them ate shit too. But right now you're in the lead. So you rush forward, and now there's the loading flume. And it's been blocked in several places, you can see. So as you move down the flume, you're going to have to essentially stay atop a floating log that moves down the flume, making it difficult to maintain balance, almost like surfing a log that's moving down the flume. You're going to have to move it where the flume is blocked, to the left now, to the right now, otherwise it'll just collide and you'll fall off. The flow of the flume has been diminished from above, so it's not as fast as it normally is, so it's less dangerous than it would be, but not entirely not dangerous, just so you know. But you are ahead of everybody else. You don't really have anybody to look at how they're doing it, what their approach is, or anything like that, because you're, like I said, in the lead. But you would recognize that there are at least 3 problems as you're going to surf this log down, as it's rolled out all these logs now from where you were standing on them. Now one of them rolling out into the water and you floating on it, surfing it down the flume. What seemed slow from back there Now it just seems fast as fuck, man. You're standing on it. It's just a whole different experience. You're gonna have to surf it to try to avoid it, kind of rolling it back and forth. And one of those obstacles is coming up. As you can see, several logs are positioned to block part of the flume ahead. You can choose to do an acrobatics, an athletics, or maybe even something crazy like a crafting check to kind of figure out how you might solve the problem on your way through. What would you like to do?
Wow. How many more sections of the or lay beyond in the obstacle course?
Full sections or just this area? Like, there are 3 on the flume part. There's basically three rolls you're gonna have to make if you want to think that. But there's 3 more sections after that that are different things.
Okay, I will.
Right now you're in the lead, so
Yeah, I'm just gonna let physics pull me and try and use athletics to manipulate the log as it careens down this flume.
make me an athletics check then.
Let's go.
And I'm gonna roll for the people that you can still get up. Even if you fail, you get multiple tries, but it sets you back 1. Shit, let me look. Oh my god. Fucking, you don't have to make these private, is what I was trying to say though. But you made that was a natural 20 that you just rolled. So
Oh hell yeah. Okay.
let me roll.
That's like a 28.
Hold on, sorry, let me. Yes, it's total 28. Oh my god. All right, well, the 2 dudes that ate shit on the first thing ate shit again on the first thing, including Sir Perry. So Sir Perry's still back on the rolling logs, just getting fucked up. I
like that.
like he's getting soaked. So is the other guy. Yeah, the other 2 dudes, the 2 Osprey Club members that actually made it through that, both just ate shit in the water on the flume and are trying to get back onto logs as they're soaked. But you're the only one that succeeded on that so far.
Nice.
So that moves you down to the swim to the pier. So the log is about to float into the bay out the bottom where it normally gets loaded. And this is your chance where you have to dive off and swim to the pier. It's the first to get to the pier. It's a pretty tough swim. You've lived here for a pretty long time. I don't know how you feel about water, but you've probably swam around there before if you've been here, but maybe not, try to do it that exact race, but maybe you have, I don't know. But either way, you're the first to go, so it's going to be an athletics nature or like a survival check to kind of determine how you approach that, I would say. But if you have another idea, about how you approach it, let me know.
You can do an athletics nature, you said? Or were those separate?
Those are separate. Athletics, nature, survival. Those are my suggestions, but if you have another idea,
Gotcha.
we can talk about
I
it.
see what you're saying. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely just going to, with such focus, my heart's racing and like I'm feeling that adrenaline pumping like I was during our adventures under the city. It's starting to like build, not quite what it was, because like I'm not fully at risk of dying, I feel like, but I'm feeling something, and so I'm pushing it. I'm
We've become adrenaline junkies.
I know, right?
If you're not about to die, just not living.
Oh wow, dude. Natural 19 for a 27. That's incredible.
I dive off the
Maybe
wall.
On
it's not
athletics.
fucked up.
You are surprising yourself with how capable of a swimmer you are. Maybe it's been a while since you've done it. Maybe you do it quite often, but this is a particularly impressive performance in your career as a swimmer. It certainly looks like you're professional. Let me roll for the other guys real quick. All right. Oh my god, Sir Perry got up. He made it to the flume part.
Yay, Sir Perry.
The other dude did not. He's still getting fucked up by the thing.
Oh lord.
One of the flume guys almost got up, but still didn't. Sir Perry's the only one that's the other one that's up right now. All right, so we're getting to the next stage. You're so far ahead of everybody. It's crazy. All right, so that you did the swim. All right, so now after you've swam to the pier, you climb up, and you can see set across the pier are the mock rooftops that I discussed earlier that are set up as like little boxes and things with a facade of the style of architecture common in Dwareport, and they're sort of marked out where you have to jump across them. It's almost like a weird game of the floor is lava or something like that, but with like big boxes, and you have to leap across certain ones and catch yourself on different platforms and edges. It's a pretty difficult run, and if you were under pressure you would probably really feel that, but you look around you and you're like, wait, where is everybody? And you can just in the distance hear Sir Perry just like ah or something like that as he made it up, but yeah, you're so far ahead you don't even see anybody else really. So you leap onto the first box, which you don't have to roll to do, and then look across you sort of the widening obstacle course that's laid out. In order to make it across, you're going to have to, I say, pretty much only do an acrobatics or an athletics here. It's pretty much the only options. Your choice.
Yeah, I'm just going to...
It's not going to be like you can do a save.
It's this roll, it's this section, and then one more section after this?
Correct.
All right.
It's a race down to the market square area where you're trying to dodge getting hit by the assassins, which are the children with stuff.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do athletics again as I just am laser focused, like sprinting. Like my heart rate almost slows down in this moment.
Okay.
And my breathing becomes extremely steady and long, deep breaths as I'm just like gunning this course.
All right, yeah. That's absolutely a success as you... It's not a critical success, but it is a success as you leap from rooftop to rooftop. On the very last one, kind of having a moment where you're like, whoa, but kept yourself and step down. You can see the judge that's there watching everybody. He just like claps as you like run past them. Now entering the final leg. Let me roll for everybody else. Some people might get disqualified this turn. Let's see. Yep, he did. And so did he.
Later, guy.
Oh, okay, but the first guy that made it into the thing and fell down, but he managed to get back up last turn in the flume, and Sir Perry got into the flume as well, and they both made it down the flume and are now in the bay swimming towards the pier. Now it is back to you to do your next one. So you have a race from the pier down into the market square. You can see all along you the assassins, children decked out in these cute little costumes that make them look like the fabled assassins of the tales. Some of them bright reds in color and things like that, giddy with their little like essentially these wet balls of dye that they're prepared to throw. You can approach this a number of ways. You can do like a perception to try and kind of eke out like their distances and where they're going to be. You could approach this like passively where you're going to let them attack you and you're going to just try and dodge it all by doing a reflex, or you could try and sneak past them and stealth it or something like that.
I'm going to sprint straight towards the finish line.
Okay. And remember, you get I don't know if I cleared this up earlier, but you get 3 basically failures before you get kicked out or disqualified or whatever. But so far you have 0 failures, so.
I'm not supposed to get hit by them. If I get hit, that's considered a failure.
Yeah, if you get hit, that sets you back 1, and then you try it again. If you get hit, that sets you back 2. You try it again, and third time, if you get hit 3 times, you get disqualified here. If you don't get disqualified here, and you're the first to succeed at all of it, that means that you win the race, basically.
That's the goal.
And just like the other one, there's positions that pay out. At the top 3 positions pay out. All right, so how do you want to approach the children? You said you wanted to just try and sprint straight through? I need you to make a reflex save. As you just go pure animal instinct and sprint straight through the children, who are all like, huh? Turning. The first few of them just surprised by you. You hear already. You can hear the plop plop plops of a few of the dye bags behind you as you begin to run through them. Go ahead and make me a reflex. Oh, brother. Plop, 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 plop behind you. As few of them getting closer, you can almost feel the splatter on your heels, but not a single one hits you.
My vision is like tunneling now, right? Like I'm only hearing my own heartbeat. Like everything else is kind of blackening, and I fucking shift, and I'm sprinting through the street towards the finish line, and my face kind of like contorts a little bit and elongates, and my pupils kind of slit up just slightly, and not a full, like, it's just kind of,
you don't go full werewolf or something. Yeah,
obviously. Yeah, absolutely, right. It's nothing like that, yeah. But like,
you
see,
like some people don't
like,
even notice it, kind of a thing.
Right. Yeah. And if they did, they like wonder if they imagined it, maybe.
Yeah, I'll say there's like one kid that just goes, ah!
Yeah, like
runs away, throws their dye sacks up in the air. Wolfman.
Yeah, I do that, and then I just sprint towards the finish line.
Okay. Yeah, you make it there before anybody else. Let me go ahead and roll for the others. The positions are, you make it there way before everybody else. So there's only 2 people that are left,
and I just keep running.
They're both running through here. Holy shit. Okay.
The parry, he drowned.
No, he made it through the swim.
Nice. Okay.
All right, they're both on the roofs. Oh my god, the other dude fell off the roof. Sir Perry's in the lead. I can't believe it. All right, Sir Perry's doing the final, yeah. But this, I mean, it's pretty good for him. All right, the other dude hasn't got disqualified yet, though. They both they fail one more time. Well, we'll get now. Sir Perry failed done twice. All right. So this guy's trying to do the roofs. Oh, okay. Yeah, he makes it to the roof. Sir Perry does make it just barely through the fucking children, throwing the things. He's approaching it a different way than you did. I will say, make me a perception check since you're sitting there kind of looking back. Oh yeah. So you hit just the exact number that you need to hit to see him stealthing his way, sneaking past the children who don't seem to have noticed his position, and then he steps up beside you, sopping wet, and kind of beaten by the logs a little bit. You can see a few bruises and scrapes on him. But I wasn't expecting all of that, but it was quite fun.
You did good.
He spits out what looks like some bit of seaweed or something from swimming. I did, thank you very much. I wasn't expecting to do that well, actually. But you won! How exciting!
I slap him on the back though, really hard.
I'll shake your hand. Most impressive indeed.
Maybe we'll share a drink in a little bit.
Gotta roll for the other guy to see if he. I would love it. Oh, the other guy from the Osprey Club does make it finally through 3rd place.
Nice.
Everybody else got disqualified. You can see he's just like hands on his knees. He looks up at Sir Perry and kind of gives this like angry glare, but not like I'm gonna kill you angry, like you motherfucker. I can't believe you just did it. When that roll happened at the end there, this guy rolled a 1. So I was like, oh, he must have like looked over at Sir Perry doing it or something, gotten distracted, or so, in my head. Anyway, so he's a little pissed. But you see Yenne's come over and just kind of sigh as she comes over to you. Well, Sever, looks like you got 1st place. Congratulations to our winner. You can see the kid over there crying with his mother, the one that screamed and ran off. That'll be 10 gold to you, Sever, and she hands you 10 gold, not making eye contact as you do. You also win the bet. So you're taking...
Thanks, Yinya.
She nods at you. Almost begrudgingly, but does so. You also win an additional 8 gold for your winnings from the betting.
You see, what's his face? Sever's. What's my name? Sever's face kind of grows a little long.
Okay.
And not in a shifty way.
8. Gotcha. 8 plus your 5.
Nice. 8 or what?
So you won 10 for your place. You bet 5, you get that back.
Yeah.
And then you get another 8 for your gamble.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
So 15 plus 8. Hell yeah, I made my gold back.
All right, and that ends the competition. The others are paid out as well. Sir Perry shakes your hand and says, well, I must be getting dried up. Excuse me, where would you like to have this drink?
Quick. Oh, never mind. Oh wait, shit. Sorry. At a little place. They got some pretty good imports. Why don't we go down to well, they're probably Fishery's probably a beer place all day today, huh? For the festival.
Yeah, but they're serving beer all day long. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Dock workers aren't working today.
Yeah, I'll just say I know a place. Got some good imports.
I'd love to meet you. Where should I go? Where should I meet you and when?
Oh. Let's say a couple hours. Meet me down at the fishery.
Fishery. Excellent. And he'll head off, and you can see him like wringing out his cloak as he's going. Wiggles his hand into the air. Where did I leave my loot? All right, and that will end that's all the events basically that are happening. You can still do the other stuff. Let me turn this music back off here. Okay, so back to everyone else here. As the rest of the day progresses, you have many delicious fair foods, encounters with locals, and reminders of what makes Otari a special place, not just for you, but for everyone involved. Are reminded of the history of the town and why it meant so much to protect it just a few days ago. But that we eventually get to the evening here of the last day of the festival. Some of the performances are... I'm not done, hold on. Some of the performances of the story of Otari are being rehearsed for later tonight, but you're reminded that you need to meet with Tamily Tandervale, and you, at least Grongrok, you can bring others if you wish, have essentially an appointment with Bryn Sphinxy. What would you like to handle first? I guess maybe with Ren makes more sense because you're gonna be drinking with Tamily probably, but
Yeah. And I'd probably try and bring these two.
Yeah, I think we kind of meet up after naturally as the things wound down.
okay. Yeah, so you meet up. You're all together now. After the events, you can discuss amongst yourselves how those events went or whatever. If you want, you can see. I would say Sever in particular looks interesting because he went through all that, but it also looks like he might be happy, right? You succeeded. What is your demeanor like?
When I walk up, you can you look at me and you can kind of see I'm looking down at my feet as I walk up, but as I see the rest of y'all's faces, you see a big cheesy grin, and he's just overall happy to see y'all, and he'll greet you. How about we go get a drink while I tell you about how I won this obstacle course? I want to hear how your knives went.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Well,
you have an appointment first?
Yeah, gotta see Ren. You should meet her.
Ren. Oh yeah. The fortune teller. All right.
Well, remember, that's not her job. She runs the curio shop, but she does do that on the side. So just in case you...
So much more than that.
Just making sure that you as a player knew.
But, yeah, sure, why not? You headed there now?
Yeah.
All right. And so am I.
As for the knives, I did terribly.
Yeah,
Too
bad
many
luck.
candied apples, I think.
These apples make you bad at throwing knives?
Sticky fingers.
I did all right, but there was a centaur wandering through. It says he's from out of town, but he was a hell of a thrower. Him and one of the locals hunters.
Well, that's
But did all right. Made a few gold.
Have I seen many centaurs come through Otari?
They're not too rare. There are a number of them that live on the Crystal Isles, for example. There's none that make their home in Otari, but you've seen like tribes of them pass through, as well as there are a number of individuals. You're not too far technically from Dwareport, so you kind of get everything that comes through Otari once in a while.
Okay. I don't see too many of those. Make a mental note.
Yeah, he was having a good time though. He's drinking and having a good time.
Oh yeah, I met a guy named Sir Perry. He's headed to Dwareport. We kind of made this official, so I've been keeping my eyes and ears out for some work, and I was thinking about asking him if he might need, I don't know, some escort maybe to Dwareport.
Dwareport,
He seems pretty
really?
capable, but he's not really.
Oh, capable.
I mean, no. I mean, I don't know if he would need our services, but he might.
Can't hurt to
He seems
ask.
interesting. Yeah. I told him to meet us at the fishery later.
Nice.
About this time, you walk up to Ren's Wonders, the tent-like structure in the middle of the table surrounding it. their own covering. All of it sort of an outdoor space. Ren set up there, having given many hero readings. They use a form of almost like tarot called Harrow, to do these readings. Having given many for the day, she's sitting back. No one seems present to get readings at the moment. As you approach, she looks up at you, Grung. Right on time. I cleared my schedule in anticipation. I see you brought the others. Well, that's good.
We were right on time. You could have just cleared this moment.
That's what I did. That's what I mean. I did. That's why there's nobody here.
Oh, I thought you meant your whole schedule.
Oh, no. I mean, there's other shopping about and stuff still, but no more fortunes for today. Besides, after this, I'm gonna get blackout drunk.
Yeah.
Anyway, one of the reasons that I wanted you to wait was the stars weren't bright enough. She looks up and looks at them, then looks at the moon in particular. They're bright enough now. She looks once again out over the woods towards the tower that you saw her look at again and ask you that question about before. Kind of a air of worry comes over her face. And I think I might understand a little bit of what's going on. Or, well, that's not true. But I'd like to. Anyway, one of the things I saw with you, Grung, was I couldn't do a reading for you. I had to do a reading for all of you. Please sit down. And you'll look, and there are 3 chairs arranged in anticipation of your arrival.
Is this gonna take a while?
I suppose that depends on your fate, child.
Usually less time than drinking.
Pay attention. What she
I'll
has to
sit down.
say,
Is she charging for this?
No.
Oh, this is free, love.
I heard the voice of God, doesn't it?
No. Ah. No, but she's
Alright,
not.
Yeah, you'll see Sever kind of reluctantly. He'll be the last to sit.
She smiles at you as you do. I lost my place. Hold on. Damn it. There we go.
Right on time.
It's the heckler in the audience.
Alright. I need each of you to look up at the stars for a moment with me. She looks up at the sky.
I'll look up.
Down. Place your hand on the deck, and she'll set out the Harrow deck for you. One at a time is fine, it doesn't matter. Whichever you wish. She wants you to place your hand on the deck and look up to the stars, basically.
I'll comply.
It's important that the fates see us when we see them. Alright. Do the rest of you do that as well?
Sure.
Sever.
Yeah.
Okay. As you look up, you can see.
Jumanji.
as you look up, you can see this shooting star just streak across the sky for a brief moment.
Get out of here.
All right. Well, the first to draw. And she takes the deck. She looks like she's almost worried. She pulls a card and sets it down. The beating. Misaligned, it would seem. Interesting. Interesting. That would mean it was you that did the beating. A reference to your victory beneath the city, perhaps. New dragon slayers and all that. She draws the other card. Looks very concerned at it. The vision. I know this one well. She looks over towards the tower. I've been seeing an eerie glow over there. Atop the tower. You see my eyes, they're ancient and attuned, let's say. I've also been having these bad omens, these dreams. It's hard to explain. You understand my kind, we don't get those too normally. No one else seems to see it. I asked the mayor about it earlier. You understand that could be a portent of doom, right? That's the godlight there. That tower. You know the stories. The old nursery rhymes. She draws another card. The Tyrant. Ah, as I feared. Belcora. Or at least some great evil of the past. But it must have relevance to the present, or it couldn't have been drawn like this. This is a true match, however, so it is particularly important. And its alignment. Let's lay it out here. I'm almost scared to draw again. She looks to you, Sever. It's yours to draw. Deck speaks.
Look at my party members. And I'll look back up at the stars one more time, and then I'll look down at the deck and pull.
I put my hand on your shoulder, sensing your patient.
Interesting. The survivor. I believe this might be a reference to Otari. But it does seem that perhaps you will meet someone who has endured a great evil. This is another true match, so also important. She taps the card. I line it here like this. So many. The fates are singing through you. Hadn't seen this in a long time. I think it's calling to you next. She gestures to Landry.
I will flip it.
He sets it down. Looks at its alignment. The hidden truth. What this could be? I would say it has to be an important secret. One you're going to discover in the near future. Something that matters deeply to all of us, though. I see it's aligned universally like this. This is a portent already. I believe it calls to you now, Grung.
Alright. I'll flip a card.
She takes a step back. The Demon's Lantern. Oh. That is a portent indeed. The lantern. Of course. The will-o-wisps, which have been seen in the Fogfin. That could herald some kind of growing influence, or perhaps Just the presence of some dangerous light, isn't it? Demon's lantern. Certainly the wisps of the fogfin. She draws another and sets it down. Another and another. 3 more cards laid out face down. These are for you to flip. I cannot. 1 each. 1 each for all of you.
Yeah, okay.
But they're all tied together. A lot. There are strings of fate there. They're all in a knot. Which of you will turn which?
I'll take the middle.
Flip it over. A fiend. A great and dangerous power associated with this card. It's quite a well-known card in the Hero deck. It's used in references to many things. She nods. Hey. But look at how it's aligned here. Neutral in alignment. And in the future. So a great and dangerous power may aid or harm you. Interesting. Such a strong fate. There are the other 2. Which will you take? To whom will they go?
Grab the left one.
The locksmith. A lot of you will open many doors which have long remained closed. Both figurative and literal. This is neutral aligned. Sorry, this is good aligned. This speaks of a possible positive future for you. The final card. That's yours, Sever.
Flip it.
He looks at it for a moment, almost surprised. The eclipse. She gasps a little bit. This is a serious situation. More serious than I thought. It's a neutral alignment here, too. The eclipse in this context is a dire omen indeed. This means if you lot which are tied together don't stop, and she gestures over to the Tyrant card and its alignment. If you don't stop the Tyrant, then she gestures over to the Vision card. Then a great power arises, collapses his soul, and she puts her hands out on all of the cards. I fear even to airport. The scale of this is much larger than I thought. She seems concerned. Again, looks over at you. It is auspicious that such a new band of adventurers such as yourself have formed here in Otari on such an occasion. The great evils rise. Great goods rise to fight them. And she looks worried for a moment as she looks back over that tower. None of you see the glow? Do you? You see, I see it. None of them believe me. The mayor didn't believe me. But something's coming. I don't know when exactly how, but you know the portents. I think you may be all this town's got. I don't know how soon any of this is coming. She sits back. But I think you might be the only ones that can stop it. She looks down, pulls out a piece of paper, and begins writing up something. And then turns it around to you. I can't pay much. But you have a favor here. Permanent discounts. 10% always. Will you check it out for me? You don't have to do it today or tomorrow, but I feel something is brewing, and it's brewing to sink us all.
You mean check out the swamp or check out the tower?
Bogfin, the tower. The godlight. Make sure it's not there. Make sure it's quiet. Make sure we're safe. Perhaps I am crazy. And I hope I am. She nods. Oh, hold on 1 second. Oh, be right back. 1 second. 1 second. I hear a knocking. Alright, we're back. There was nobody at my door. It was weird. Okay. Very weird.
It was scary.
Yes. So anyway, it kind of freaked me out a little bit. The dog was like, oh, kind of startled me. But yeah, so she looks a little bit relieved that you like agree to help out.
Well, I'll look at her and I'll be like, well, I really appreciate all the theatrics, but if you just wanted us to check out the lighthouse,
I didn't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I wasn't sure until now. I had to see the cards, you understand. That's why I asked you here when the stars were out like this. Well, I knew I was getting blackout drunk tonight, but I didn't know why. And now I do.
I'll drink to that. We're headed to the fishery, actually.
Oh, well, I join you and all, but it's a little bit cramped in there for me, you know.
That's fair. We get free drinks for a little bit, so.
Do you know? Oh, that Tammany. I love her.
She's great.
Yeah, she's still got a soft spot.
And if you want a drink, actually, I've got one right here. And she pops open a bottle of what looks to be some form of elven spirits. You're not 100% sure. Long, tall bottle, and she pours a rather tall glass for herself and just shoots it straight down. You got one?
I'll pull my mug off my belt.
I don't take drinks from fortune tellers. That's the rule.
Okay. But I'm having some latency issues there. What's going on? Oh, let's see. He's good. So yep,
sure.
she'll pour one. Okay, she'll pour one for each of you, and another one for herself. All right, well, to the future. And then down it, and then just sit back down and look exhausted, like incredibly so. Like she's just run 100 miles almost, like just sweat covered. You didn't really realize it until now. Like she didn't look like that at all before this. It looks like she's almost aged from it, even. Just utterly wiped out. And just lets out a sigh. Oh, I'll see you soon.
You gonna be all right?
Yeah, I'll be all right. It's just a lot, you know. The visions. Could come.
We'll make sure to stop by before we head out in the coming days and check it out.
She nods, a little bit picked up by that notion. It takes you a few minutes to make your way from there to the fishery. By this time, the sky is quite dark. The stars are shining very bright. You notice a few more of these shooting stars go by as you're on your walk there. You have a moment to talk amongst yourselves before you get to the fishery, but otherwise we'll just go straight to the fishery.
I never saw her shuffle the deck. That's all I'm saying. Like,
oh, I didn't. You are right. I totally fucked that up. When you had your hand on the deck and you looked up at the stars, I was supposed to say you feel the deck like move beneath your fingers, but it's like you're not quite sure what's going on, if it's actually moving or if it's you that's moving it. But sorry, that's my fault.
Oh, no worries.
You don't seem to be a believer, Sever. Where's that come from?
I mean, there's no deep root to that. I mean, you believe that?
Yeah. People say heard of fortune tellers aplenty, and she's got a good reputation around town that her prophecies always come true.
That's vague enough to be right.
Maybe we'll know for sure when we get to that tower.
I mean, it's a creepy old tower. I wouldn't be surprised if something's going on there. Maybe some kobolds or a necromancer, maybe, I guess.
Yeah, could be coincidence even then, I guess. I guess some people, no amount of evidence is going to be convincing. She certainly seems to believe it.
I'll take 10% off.
Plenty of, back in the circus, back in the entertainment business, I saw plenty of frauds. I don't think she's one of them.
Really?
I will say, as being locals, that 10% off is a big deal at Ren's Wonders because it is a curio shop, so she gets some pretty expensive stuff in sometimes.
I'll go check out a sewer for her if I get 10% off at her shop.
Get it that way then.
So I guess tonight we get, as Ren put it, blackout drunk. And when do you say we try our first real adventure?
I guess that depends on what Tamily wants.
Yeah, give it a couple days and see. Get ready, make preparations, but no reason to delay. But yeah, let's see what Tamily wants first.
By the time you get to the fishery, just a moment later, the streets now quite a bit quieter from the festivities, but there's still people out kind of drinking and having a good time. Some of the events being broken down and cleaned up. But before too long, you make it into the fishery. The sounds of chatter and laughter spill from the fishery's open doors alongside warm and welcoming lamplight here. Now that the sky has darkened and there's these beautiful points of light that spill out across the ocean that you can see out from the docks there. Within the interior, after you step inside, there's a few dozen of the common folk that gather around. There are rough tables they're sitting at. Some of them playing cards, rolling dice. There are others like little tokens being moved in pieces of small games that you're used to people playing here. There's of course Tamley there with her friendly freckled face and her peg leg with a little bright blue bow at the top of the peg, tied around almost like right at the shin, kind of just below the excuse me, the knee. As soon as she sees you, a big smile widens across her face. You can see she's wearing kind of a different outfit than she normally wears with her work clothes. It's the red and white striped with a fair kind of a bit like her good clothes basically that she's brought out for the festival. She seems genuinely happy to see you. She runs up to you immediately, says, "I'm so glad you came. Oh, welcome. Can I get you something to drink? Snacks? Oh, ales. You want ales? Plenty of ales. Please, I got something for you. Sit down at your table. I've carved your name on it."
Oh.
All right.
Have a seat.
I sit down. She gestures towards some other people that you know that work there. One of them that comes over. It's essentially a teenager, one of the sons of one of the dock workers, who sits down a few of the bowls of roasted vegetables. And Tamlin turns to him and says, "Bring out the sausage rolls and the cookies, and get him some of the ale too, the good stuff. Not the stuff. No, not that one. The others. Get him the Ambrose." She goes, "I'll be right back," and she goes into the back. The essentially the waiter, like I said, he's about a 17-year-old kid. I would say you probably don't know him. Maybe you do, because he's young. I don't know. He's named Clyde, if you know, but so he works there. You don't know probably too much about him because he's one of the teenagers in town, but he'll kind of smile at each of you as he sits the drinks and things down that he was told by Tamale to serve you, and he just kind of looks over at you, Sever, who you're like dirty and stuff, but like from your day's affairs, but you would have done the race right past here. It was important to note earlier, and he's just gonna say, "I saw you earlier. That was something to see. I liked it. Oh." And he kind of just
Thanks.
as fast as I ever saw, you know. Right.
I feel like I used to be
enjoy your
faster.
time. Really?
I will. Thank you.
That's the fastest I ever saw. And turns around, continues working the room. About this time, Tamley comes back out, sits down, another bowl of sausage rolls in front of you, in addition to the others that have already been laid out. It's all free, all of it. You take it all. And the bottles too, as well. I'm so glad you came. So I've got this, you understand. Everyone knows. All right, okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. So I've done something. I don't want you to be mad, but I want you to be happy about it, you see. I felt bad when old Mudgardener, he passed because of what happened. But I was so excited when I found out we have a true band of adventurers here in Otari again, and the circumstances of what happened, I just thought maybe I should help, you know? And so, well, first of all, I know a friend. I've known him from Dwareport, and he works with some of the guilds there, and I got this drawn up, official-like. All you gotta do is sign it. It's all yours. I've already paid all the fines. Or fees, sorry, not fines. And pushes it over to you, and you can see it is an official charter for establishing an adventuring company. I don't let you do any of the contracts in all the Crystal Isles legally and such. Makes you real adventurers in the eyes of all the guilds. And you'll be established here in Otari, and I know, everyone knows that a good adventuring team needs a base of operations, right? Well, a hideout of sorts, of course, you know? A headquarters. a place to sleep that doesn't charge by the night. Or at least, you know, she looks at you and she says that, Grong. Or at least by the month, Sever.
I like the sound of that.
I have maybe just the place for you. It's an old fish camp that I used to run. All right, it's right up the road from here. A few hours walk, not too far. It's near the coast. Not too near, but near enough. It's all legal and such. I haven't been using it since I opened this place up, you know, and I owe you something big. If you want it, it's yours. Absolutely free. But just be careful, though, when you check it out, since it's been empty for a while, okay? And there's no telling what's holed up in there since we left. Oh, and don't mind Blue Findy. They're harmless.
Oh, what is harmless?
Blue Finley. Oh, they're harmless.
Okay. Tamala or Tamale. This is amazing. I look at
that's all legal and such. It's property. It's property
really
from the proper fiefdom. It's not. It's not off the books or nothing. It's all real, and you'd be able to establish your adventuring company there and do whatever you wish. You might really be able to help out Otari. And it's near enough that you could still protect the town. It's far enough that you'd be separated from its government and its influence from the loggers and such. You do what you need. You can take care of places. And it can take care of you. Again, I would be careful though. I used to use it season by season, you understand, and we closed it down, and we closed it down for the winter. But sometimes when I came back, it did get overrun a bit by spiders and such. So I'd be careful. I had to hire a couple of adventurers one time from the airport to clear it out. But it's all yours, should you want it. All you got to do here for this charter here is sign that you're taking it with the name that you put down on this charter here for your adventuring company, that is.
This is pretty impeccable timing.
I wanted to surprise you with it. I've been working on it for the last 3 days with the fella from Dwareport and setting everything up. And I wanted to surprise you and let you know how much I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Really too kind of you. You obviously didn't owe us this, but
Nobody did.
I must say this is kind of in line with how we've been feeling this week. Anyway, right, fellas?
Absolutely.
Heck yeah, it's great. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Well,
for sure. I mean,
we'll take you up on your offer.
You
said you're paying all fines going forward. Is that what you said?
I paid all the fees ahead, so all you got to do is sign with your proper names, and we'll file the paperwork away.
So do we have to, does this mean we have to come up with a guild name?
An adventure company name, yeah.
Oh, looks like we got something to think about.
That's the only barrier between you and all of this. Well, it might be in there, I suppose. You have any questions about it? I'd love to answer them all. I got a minute here. I'm taking a break, so, you know, but I gotta get to serving again soon.
Is there a lot of work to be had here in Otari? I mean,
occasionally it passes through, as you know. I feel like Otari is on the precipice of something. Something's about to take off here, you know? I don't know if that's good or bad, but I think it's special, and that day when you came back, I realized that you all were at the center of it all. And I had to do my part to help.
Sounding a little like Ren.
Savixi, what you mean then?
She was thinking something about us being special too.
She knew. Well, I'd say that's a good idea then. Well, good knowing that Ren's saying it. She's a smart one, that is. Oh, it surprised me.
Aye.
Well, you got any questions about the old fishing lodge, the camp I used to use, before I get to clearing out here?
Guess I don't have any questions. Blue Finley, huh?
I mean,
oh
can
yeah,
give
they're
us
harmless.
directions on how to get there.
Oh, absolutely. I can show you how right here on this little map.
far
suppose
away?
it'd be.
How long's the hike?
Well, that's going to be another part of the surprise here. So, I've arranged for something. So if you went on foot, it'd be about 3 hours. But if you went on horseback, it might take you about half that time. I suppose. It'd be a much more comfortable ride.
Horses, I guess.
But I know that you all don't have horses, so I have arranged for a cart to be established for the guild. And I've also established for a horse there. It'll be on a stables, which is about an hour and a half from here, so it's about 3 hours journey either way this first time. But when you go to there, and you get yourself a horse and a cart, it's about an hour and a half from there to get to the camp as well. So it's about the same distance. But then when you come back, it would only take you about an hour and a half that way, right? So it's a little bit out of the way, I know, and you'd have to pick a road up, but it's all arranged for and paid for. Of course, you got to keep it fed.
Yeah, I think we can manage that. Wow, this is more generosity than I expected.
Look, there was a bloody dragon underneath my fishery, and everybody was afraid of what was happening. No one was coming in anymore, and it's the center of the town in a lot of ways, you know what I mean? The cultural center and such. And it's still here, and that's because of you lot. I realize what was going on down there. I know it's important, and I don't have a lot of money to give you for it, but I can do what I can. So, yeah. This is what I can. Somebody's cheering in the background.
Yeah.
Well, Landry, again, I'm no good with naming things.
Well, I might, I don't necessarily have anything in the front of my mind, but something related to our fallen comrade could be appropriate. The Verdant Vanguard.
Oh, that's pretty good.
The Verdant
Well, you can come up with it, have a few drinks, and think it over.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, you can rest assured that we'll put these resources to good use, and we will keep Otari safe.
Oh, about Blue Finley, I heard you asking. She waves her hand kind of vaguely. They're a ghost. I'll be honest about that. They're a ghost. They were there when I bought the camp way back when. And they just keep to themselves. I've always left them alone. As long as you don't bother them, you'll be fine. They've never bothered anybody. Just stays in that one room. So one of the bedrooms off to the side. Never leaves it. They're not loud. They're not very helpful or anything. But, yeah.
You ever reached out to it?
I tried talking to it a couple times. It's pretty sad. And I just stopped because I couldn't really figure out what to say to it, you know. Not too good with handling all of that, I'm gonna be honest with you. We see, I used to close up as, you know. I lost my accent for a second. That was weird. Well, once or twice I used to close it up. I think it was 3 or 4 seasons, really. About 1 year, I was here in town. I met a few folks and started up the fishery. Business is booming, so I just never got around to cleaning it out ever again, doing nothing else with it. And as far as I'm concerned, you're helping me as much as I'm helping you here in some ways, you know, because what else am I going to do with it at this point? And it's tax-free land from Dwarport and all that. So, might as well. I got nothing to do with it. As I said before, be careful though. I did run into spiders a couple times there. Sometimes, well, there's always spiders, honestly. And sometimes they get, like, scary big, you know? Like, really big. And sometimes the animals that are in the woods can tear you up if you're not watching for them. Like, this one time, like, of year, of course, there's probably a few boars around and such. There are always boars over there. They're always in a bad mood. I never met a boar that wouldn't. So be careful about them. They're all over there. Of course, they are real good eating, though. We had them a number of times, roasting them up at the fish camp. I mean, I know you expect to be mostly eating fish at a fish camp, but it's nice to get something different once in a while.
That does sound really nice, actually.
Yeah, it's right down on the edge of the swamp too, so you run into a few of those crocodiles too. So be careful about them as well. But they're all right eating too, honestly.
Too, yeah.
They do, yeah. Right, well, I really do need to get back to serving drinks, but I'm just so proud of all you. You fill this out, and you just give it to me, and I'll make sure it gets back to the airport just fine. You take your time, have as many drinks as you want.
Sounds good.
All right.
Try not to drink your whole stash.
Oh, don't worry about that, love. I got plenty. Like a whole lot. It was in preparation for the festival. All right,
Nice.
that you grabs a sausage roll. All right, gotta get back to it.
Thanks again.
She kind of stands up and gives you like a little hug as she does, and gets back to it and leaves you to your discussion. So I'm gonna let you talk amongst yourselves for a minute, but just know we're in pretty soon. So.
Now, when you say sausage roll, are you talking like a pig in a blanket kind of deal?
I'll show you what I mean. I don't have it in, but yes, basically, but not like exactly a pig in a blanket.
Because that's kind of what I'm envisioning, like a bratwurst or a sausage in a pastry.
Yes, it is that. It's open on either end. That's basically what it is, if you want to think about it like that. But it's like minced up sausage in it usually. Not just like one bratwurst wrapped in a thing, but it's kind of like the same type of pastry you get on like a beef and kidney pie, kind of a pastry. And there's sort of like a gravy inside mixed with the sausage.
God, that sounds real good.
They're hot. They're like almost just like meat turnovers, kind of a thing. There's those. There's roast vegetables, little bits of cheese, some fruit, and then lots of ale. That's all just being served to you for free, and like lots of little bowls.
Like it.
Thought she was a real cheapskate.
I gorged myself.
She's all right.
Yeah. That's not bad at all. Came perfectly timed.
Well, I think we're all on board. Need to get this paperwork done, and then what do you say we head out in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, what did we
Figure this
decide
out,
on?
get this settled, get all official, and then we can deal with that other thing.
What other thing?
The tower for Ren.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good plan. So we're settled on a name then?
I think you nailed it in one, Landry.
I think so too.
All right then, and I'll grab the pen and sign my name and put in the Verdant Vanguard. Name.
Sign as well.
Hand you guys the pen.
All three of you sign.
Yep.
You see that final signature being made, and our camera up against the peel away from the paper as it's being signed, and out the open door of the fishery, now revealing the town of Otari below us. The sound of the ocean. We see the quaint, beautiful seascape once more here, illuminated by lamplight, and the occasional like torch being carried by someone through the city as they're still celebrating. And our camera tilts up, and we see just in the distance that tower, just the tiniest little band of green on it, and we snap to black, and that's where we'll pick up next time.
Hooray!
Yay, we did it.
We got real jobs now.
Yeah, we don't have to do anything.
Real jobs. All right, let me award
Campaign
XP.
over. We're just gonna go look at a lighthouse and come back.
Yep,
Should be
that's the whole
from it
campaign.
all.
It's easy as hell.
Yep. Planned it that way. It's just gonna be one simple thing. That's all you gotta do.
Like
I'm
it.
sure
This
that's
is the best
I'm
campaign
sure that's
I've
on
ever
the
played.
cover of this adventure, just like an empty abandoned tower.
I don't know if this is gonna work. I'm gonna try it. Let's see if you get the
Maybe
XP.
some
Look,
like trash and like spray paint on the side, where some kids have been messing around in there.
Yeah, joke's on you though. It's gonna be another gold to Grimlon.
oh, yep, that worked.
Then we
All right,
spent
there you go.
years just getting to the tower.
First newbie quest. It takes the whole campaign.
All right, all XP has been awarded.
We have 370 now.
And yeah, you should have 370 XP, and you should be set up with basically 2 quests to take on as you choose, however, and we'll pick up there next time. So I want to thank Sirenscape for our audio. I want to give special thanks to everybody that came out tonight and watched and hung out. That was a lot of fun. J5 was out there. It was good to see you, buddy. Always good to see you. I'm glad you're hanging out with us a bunch more recently. That's really cool. I want to give thanks to Lunatic Design for doing some of our maps work. You can check them out on Drive-Thru RPG. You can also check out their Patreon. As I said, Sirenscape for audio. We've got a lot of other audio sources that are going to be attributed in the credits. If you want to stick around and see who did what songs, you can. And oh, there's you started on me, Venom. And yeah, I just want to say thanks to everybody that came out. It was awesome. And thanks to my players for playing. We're finally getting into some of the bigger content here, and we're out of the beginner box. We've got our first big seeds planted. It's going to be awesome. Well, it's true, but I'm just saying we got out of the beginner box. We got out of that first module. Now we're in the part of the game where it opens up. You know what I mean?
Training wheels are off.
Yeah. Yeah. Now somebody might die. Wait a minute.
Oh shit. You died in a training simulation?
Yeah.
Almost. Yeah. Almost training simulation. I mean, the AV stuff is a lot harder. We'll get there eventually. All right. Thank you for coming out, everybody. It was awesome. See you next time. Peace.